think we're good.
The encoder,
Yeah. So it
my
does
Dick
the live
Tracy
stream.
ring.
Yeah. Not decoder,
Oh,
encoder. Okay, we're ready.
good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the virtual Board of Supervisors meeting. Mr. Mills, could you join us in the pledge, please? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to move to staff announcements. Are there any staff members who have something they'd like to share this morning?
I don't see any, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to the next item, which is the regular agenda 1. We have 2 regular agendas. This is regular agenda 1. Madam Clerk, would you like to read number 1, please?
Sure. Item 1 is from Health and Human Services to receive an update presentation from staff on COVID-19 novel coronavirus.
Good morning. This is Dr. Kaleda. Madam Chair, should I start?
Yes, please. Thank you, Dr. Kaleda.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, community members. I'd like to give an update to the community regarding COVID-19 disease activity since we last met. The scenario is similar, and this may be the new normal for a while. Cases have increased in Calaveras County 46% in the last 14 days. The current rate of disease progression, like I've discussed previously, threatens to overwhelm our contact tracing capabilities, our local hospital care system, and places Calaveras County at risk for inclusion in what's called the state monitoring list, which mandates further social and business sector closures, and I'll talk about those in a second. So the situation in California, just for comparisons, sharp increases in COVID-19 activity continue throughout California as well. In fact, California has now surpassed New York State as the state with the most cases of COVID-19 infection since the beginning of the pandemic. Large-scale, uncontrolled community transmission continues throughout California counties, including Calaveras. There's been 460,000 confirmed cases throughout California, now averaging over 7,000 cases a day. There's been 8,544 deaths statewide, and testing capability remains strained, and this is resulting in significant testing delays, which sometimes make the results of testing less useful for contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine activities, which are integral to delaying and blocking the transmission of disease in our communities. Calaveras County has 99 cases of COVID-19 infection reported. This is the total number of people who've tested positive for COVID-19 since February of 2020 and live in Calaveras County. Of those 99 cases, 54 are considered active cases. That means that they still are considered infectious to others. 44 of those cases are considered recovered. That means they're no longer considered infectious to others. And there's been 1 case fatality, as we discussed last week. The situation in Calaveras, as I discussed, continues to expand. Additional case counts for Calaveras County will be released this afternoon in our twice weekly press release. 2 deaths were reported in neighboring Tuolumne County yesterday, Monday, July 27th. And so deaths in the foothills are also projected to increase as case numbers increase. When it comes to hospitalizations and deaths, it's math. So for every 100 cases, we predict a fatality rate of 1.5%. That's the case fatality rate. So Calaveras is just about 100, and we've had 1 fatality. Tuolumne County has about 135 cases. They've got 2 fatalities. So just figure for every 200 cases, we're looking at 3 deaths statistically. And so our communities those numbers are bearing out, as well as nationwide as well. The locations in Calaveras County with the most case activity continue to be those regions of the county that are closest to San Joaquin County neighboring jurisdictions. Districts 1, 4, and 5 have the most increases of case activity, and we think that's because of the proximity to neighboring San Joaquin County, Stanislaus County, Sacramento County, the valley communities with much higher case activity than we're experiencing here locally. People travel, work, shop, go to those areas, acquire infection, and bring it back to Calaveras County, where community transmission takes it from there and spreads it to our constituents as well. There have been 41 cases in Calaveras County in the last 14 days, which is something that the state is monitoring for our state monitoring list tracking. And I'll talk about that in a minute. We've had 1 death in the last 14 days, which puts our rate at 2.3 deaths per 100,000 population. And we've continued to test at a pretty robust clip. We've done 4,593 cases of testing of residents of Calaveras County since the beginning of the pandemic. Breakdown of, well, if you look at our curve is continuing to increase at a pretty sharp and exponential rate. And if you look at case breakdown by age, we continue to see the highest incidence of disease in the group of 18 to 49-year-olds. Those are the ones that we think are the most active, the ones that are the most circulating among other groups in the community, and the ones that may be less likely to socially distance, engage in social activities, and not wear masks. Now let's talk about the state monitoring list for a minute. Like we've discussed previously, the monitoring list is used by the state of California to track counties based on 6 metrics of disease activity. And counties that are outliers for those specific metrics are put on a stricter schedule of closures of economic and business activities. Calaveras County is not on the monitoring list at this time. We have 175 tests per 100,000 population. We want to try to keep that above 150. We're under the bar when it comes to our case rate per 100,000, which is 54. We want that to be less than 100. Our positivity rate is slowly increasing. That's the percent of tests that are performed that are positive. We want that to ideally be less than 1%. Calaveras County is now up to 5.2%. If we get to 8%, we get a bad check mark and we could wind up on the monitoring list. The state of California wants us less than 8%. So that's increased from 2% to 4%, 4.4%, now 5.2%. So what that means is that there's increasing circulation of the virus in our population, and the percent of positive tests is a reflection of community transmission. We've also seen increasing percentages of hospitalizations in our community, which is another metric that's being tracked as well. Right now, the state of California requires all counties to have closures of certain types of businesses, and we've discussed bars, breweries, indoor dining and restaurants, indoor winery tasting rooms, indoor family entertainment centers like bowling alleys, video arcades, movie theaters, museums, those kinds of things. The state is mandating those activities for all counties. Counties that wind up on the state monitoring list, just as a side note, Tuolumne County is right at the verge of being on the monitoring list because they've got 110 cases per 100,000 population, which puts them over the 100 threshold that the state is looking at. So if that continues for them long enough, they'll wind up on the monitoring list as well. Counties on the monitoring list have to also close gyms and fitness centers, places of worship, offices of non-critical infrastructure sectors, personal care services like nail salons, tattoo parlors, massage parlors, hair salons, indoor malls, those kinds of things. So I mentioned that to be able to frame the discussion of how we can keep off the monitoring list. And ways to keep off the monitoring list is to keep our disease activity in check and prevent it from getting any worse. Those are the activities that we've discussed time and time again. Staying 6 feet away from people outside of your household, washing hands with soap and water, avoid touching your eyes and nose, wearing a face covering over your nose and mouth when outside or inside around others. That's something that we've had conversations about as a community in the recent past, and that could be being done at a much better rate than it's being done right here in our community. Testing is a significant part of the process to reduce disease transmission. Testing is recommended for hospitalized patients, nursing home staff, nursing home residents, those in the public who recommend get tested by public health as part of contact tracing investigations are a prioritized group. Symptomatic persons, especially those at high risk for complications such as the elderly or people with underlying health problems, those who have been exposed to a known or suspected case are recommended to get tested as well. Health workers and essential workers are other groups that we really encourage testing. Testing can be obtained at the OptumServe test site at the Calaveras County Fairgrounds. The hours are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday. And people can sign up on the website or by calling the 800 number to get a time to get tested. And our hope is that the turnaround time for testing will continue to improve and to shrink now that we're prioritizing testings to the groups that we've talked about. And those tests, by having a more timely turnaround time, will be more effective in helping us with contact tracing and preventing transmission in the community. Mark Twain Medical Center is going to receive a rapid test machine that they'll use for their hospitalized patients, emergency room patients, patients that have a very important need to know the results of their test for hospital infection prevention activities, for isolation within the hospital setting, and for public health activities where we need that information as soon as possible. And that's called a rapid testing capability, which should be up and running in the near future. And that's being brought to us by San Joaquin County Public Health Department, Public Health Laboratory, as part of the additional funding that's been received by the federal government through the CARES Act. So Calaveras basically needs to do a better job at prevention activities. I'd like to see better mask wearing compliance. Face coverings are recommended for everybody. It's important to keep 6 feet apart, maintain social distancing, washing the hands and avoiding activity that's not essential, staying at home unless there's a reason that you need to be out and about in the community. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Stranger if she has any other information to apply and be available for questions. Thank you.
Kristen, your audio is not on.
Thank you. Sorry, you'd think I know this by now. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services Agency. I actually do not have additional comments at this time, but Dr. Clada and I are available for any questions.
Okay, does any of the board members have any questions for Dr. Clada or Mrs. Stranger? Mr. Mills.
Thank you. Good morning, Kristen. We seem to be spiking within the government center recently. Is there something that we need to be doing differently in our protocols to help to get this under control? Is there what's causing the spike? amongst government employees?
I'll let Al start with that question and then I can fill in.
So I can't speak to the spike and what the public health data is on how we're handling our employees, but all of our departments have published their workspace guidelines. They're well within the Cal OSHA and the CDHP guidelines. In fact, we exceed the guidelines on what's required to have workspaces. Our risk staff has, and our safety committee has done spot checks of departments to ensure that we have compliance of the face covering use and that we're following our workspace guidelines. And so at this point, I don't believe that there is anything beyond what we're already doing that will help us control the disease transmission we're seeing in the county staff that mirrors what we're seeing in the community staff as well. We've taken other measures through HVAC projects, and we've changed out all the filters, and we're trying to make sure that there's clean air coming into all of our buildings. We continue to engage 5-Claw in coming in and applying medical grade sanitation fog in our spaces. In fact, our own facility staff now have that equipment, have been trained to use it, and our rapid response to anytime we have a particular building that needs to be sanitized. So at this point in time, every measure that we need to hit from either CDC or CDHP, we meet or exceed all of those guidelines, and will continue to do so.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's, go ahead, Kristen.
So everything else said is exactly spot on. We are, as county employees, as well as county administration, engaging in all of the measures that have been outlined for us as best practices. But as we've said multiple times, we're managing through a pandemic, right? The disease is going to spread. What we can do is do our very best to take all those measures that Dr. Clade has outlined and that are part of our work plans and such, make those practices. I can tell you that we've definitely, it's really encouraging to see county team members, county staff throughout the entire agency really taking seriously these measures, doing their part. But again, we have increasing cases in the county, that it's not terribly surprising that members of our community who also happen to be county's employees might contract COVID-19 as well. But I do feel that the county administration has done a really great job of putting in measures, trainings, spot checking, all sorts of things to mitigate disease to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that there's no gaps or holes or things are slipping through our fingers, so to speak. If there's additional measures that need to be taken, we can discuss what those are. I noticed I had a case that just recently came to my attention in Calaveras County where the individual checked into the hospital in Tuolumne County and was tested negative for COVID. And upon their departure, they were tested again and tested positive. Doctor, do you have a reason why that would occur?
I don't know the specifics of that case, Supervisor Mills. I can speak in general terms. Every medical test has a certain percentage of sensitivity and specificity. So with the PCR nasal swab, the molecular test that's used to diagnose COVID-19 infection has a sensitivity of about 98 to 99%, which sounds really high, but for every 100 people that it's performed on, it's going to miss one or two. It's going to get them wrong. So I'm not sure how much time went in between that person getting tested and retested, but if they were negative the first time, they could have acquired the disease and then tested positive the second time, or the initial test could have been falsely negative, I suppose.
Now, since they were a resident of Calaveras County, their test positivity counts towards our numbers, does it not?
Everything reverts back to the county of residence of the individual at question. If a person goes to a neighboring community, gets tested, and it's positive, that comes back as a Calaveras County case, whether the test was done within Calaveras County or outside of Calaveras County. The same counts for hospitalizations and deaths as well.
If at some time in the near future we end up going on the watch list, how are we primarily going to be able to control mass gatherings?
Well, mass gatherings are not permitted at this time anyway, even without being on the watch list. If Calaveras County disease rates continue to worsen and we wind up on the watch list, then the additional activities that are restricted are the ones that I detailed in my presentation. Mass gatherings such as large group activities, live music events, sporting events, those kinds of large group activity and mass gathering activities are already prohibited on our current status.
Thank you for your responses this morning. Let's keep it moving.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Clada, Ms. Stranger, for your continuing work on this. You mentioned a couple things that we're going to continue doing: education, working on prevention. Obviously, the board's trying to set a bit of an example for the most part on wearing masks. Are there policy, I ask this question every week, but are there policy issues that we need to take on as a board that is going to help you, or are there things that we're doing that are confusing or not enabling you guys towards success that we're not seeing, that you might have some ideas that we need to work on? What can we do to help?
As we've discussed, the board has been helpful for the most part about messaging to the community about the proper activities and preventative behaviors that are necessary for the public to be doing to prevent this. Face mask and face covering wearing is something that I would like to see more universal support and have all of us in positions of leadership be more proactive on, would be my answer to that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi, may I add to that, if I may?
Please.
I'll say a bit editorially for the group that meets regularly for the what we call our COVID-19 work group, and we meet regularly to get updates on public health and OES updates and discuss what our strategies are going to be for enforcement. And we're kind of in the place where we're not fish or fowl with our enforcement. We continue to get complaints about businesses that are open that either are in violation of the state orders, or there's activities that continue to defy the state orders. And we're, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, we're going to continue to see that type of activity extend beyond what we have a grasp on. And I believe, and Dr. Coletta can speak to this more eloquently, but I believe that until we have an enforcement protocol in place that takes the most egregious issues that we're seeing, the large gatherings, the music events, bars and or restaurants that are openly violating the state order, until we take the approach that we have a complete follow through on those types of violations, we're going to continue to see the disease activity tick up. And so I know it's really a question for public health, but the enforcement piece of that will be beyond public health and include several other departments in the county that we need to be able to bring together and have a nice, tight enforcement protocol for those businesses that are in compliance. They won't hear from us, but in my opinion, those that consistently and outwardly defy the state order and are contributing to our increased disease transmission, those particular cases we need, in my opinion, to be able to address effectively. And until we do, in my opinion, we're going to lose control of where we're at on being able to manage the disease activity. That's quite editorial. Obviously, Dr. Coletta and Kristen can provide their own commentary about that as to whether they see that as correct or not, but that's my opinion as to where we're at.
Mr. Garamendi.
So if I understand, and I will continue to ask this question every time we get an update, how we can help. If I understand correctly, last week we spoke about the fact that, we didn't want to be a hammer on people. We expected people to comply out of the sense of community and trying to keep their neighbors healthy. And what you're seeing is that there's certain businesses, organizations that just don't care. And until we put some teeth in this, they're not going to care. Is that correct?
Well, I guess the way I would describe it is not necessarily that they don't care. I don't think we're seeing businesses that aren't being good neighbors. I think what it boils down to is we rely on small businesses in this county, and they're having to be forced to make a choice between their own livelihood and the disease transmission. That's a horrible place for our businesses to be in. And I respect that it's a difficult place to be in. But at the end of the day, the businesses that outwardly are not complying and making a good faith effort, I think we need to have a tight approach with those so that we can get some sort of compliance so that we don't encourage and exacerbate the disease transmission we're seeing at this point.
To cut to the chase, it's up to the Board of Supervisors to put together an enforcement protocol, of which we are not doing. And I understand what my colleagues have said in their position, but these are businesses that are thumbing their nose, that have had multiple complaints. I see their name on the list constantly. And because they know the county isn't going to do anything. So until we as a board decide that we're going to do something, that we're going to put teeth in, it will continue. So, but that's not an item on the agenda. That's my.
But it's
Sorry.
Madam Chair, it's a real thing. I mean, I've got
It is.
businesses in my district that want to do things, and the first thing I hear is that, well, how come we can't do this when these guys are doing it and there's no
Correct.
consequence?
Correct.
So it's a tough bind to be put in. But Al, Dr. Clada, Kristen, thank you very much for your help, and I appreciate it. And I'll continue to ask this question every time we sit here.
So I'd like to see something on the agenda at some point at our next meeting on some kind, or a special meeting on enforcement, because we don't, excuse me, meet for at least another 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And we can give me your thoughts now, or we can do it during supervisor comments. I'll give you time to cogitate. I love that word. Mr.
Madam
Stock-
Chair, if I might assist with that, our work group did hear clearly from the board that you want us to consider a balanced approach to the enforcement. Our work group is working on an enforcement protocol, and we will be prepared to bring that forward. I see that Sarah's turned her video on. She's been really the leader in drafting out the approach, but we'll bring it back to our work group and we'll try to tease out the intricacies of it and bring it back to the board for review and input on it before we implement anything. And that was our commitment when we talked about the CARES Act funding the first time. So we are working on that and are committed to bring that back.
Madam Chair, you asked for our opinion. I do not want to, as I said last week, make people criminals. I don't want to do this, but I also feel like we're getting pushed in the corner. And I'd really prefer our businesses not to put us in this situation.
I agree. Mr. Mills, did you
Yes.
have any questions or comments?
Well, the comment is thank you for the discussion. I'm not so much interested in just the businesses, but the entire protocol. If we go on the state watch list, there's a lot of other ancillary things that are going to have to change as well. So I would like to be sure that the conversation, as I brought up the word mass gatherings earlier, I think it needs to be included in the conversation. It's not just the businesses, it's how even visitors and everybody that is in this county behaves while they're here. And how are they contributing or not contributing to the overall problem? And then we need to identify hotspots. There are places within the county that have more potential, have a greater need, if I want to put it that way. And that I think that the board needs to discuss how do we help them, those areas, to reduce their burden in their communities. rather than just make a blanket approach. But we've got to have a very holistic discussion on all of it, not just the businesses.
Thank you. I have some questions, Dr. Kaleda, Mrs. Stranger, and I'll just go through them. On contact tracing, I know it's been mentioned in our several updates that we're really pushing the contact tracers' abilities. Do we need more contact tracers? Getting back to what Mr. Garamendi said, is there some kind of funding that you might need to get more contact tracers? On testing delays, as we know, the delay in taking a test at Frogtown, and when they get the results, it'll be 10 to 14 days. So it's hard to encourage people to take a test when it's so far down the road when they get the results. So I want to know, what is the difference between getting tested at Mark Twain versus the criteria to get tested at Mark Twain versus getting tested at Frogtown, which goes to another question. If people get a letter from public health saying that you have to go into quarantine because you were associated with somebody who has the virus, do we recommend that they get tested? And if so, do they get tested at Frogtown, which they don't get the results for 10 to 14 days? Or are they on the list of people who get to go to Mark Twain? And of the cases that we have that are active or ones that aren't anymore, can we tell who is asymptomatic so that if Mr. Mills gives Mr. Tuffanelli the virus, or possibly, would we know if Mr. Mills is an asymptomatic positive case or not? And then on the metrics of when the state could put us on the monitoring list, could they just put it, even though we don't meet, even though we haven't met the critical cutoffs on the metrics, but we haven't too, like our positivity rate is up, could they pull us onto the monitoring list just because of that? And how many cases, X number of cases in X days? I get confused whether it's 3 days, 7 days, 14 days. What could be the triggers? We're doing our testing and our hospitalization. We have 1, 2 people. I'm not clear what could trigger us, even not all the metrics. I think that's it. Thank you.
I can address those questions one at a time, Madam Chair. Contact tracing, where do we stand with contact tracing? Are we overloaded? Do we need more? Contact tracing is a very labor-intensive activity. Each person that is reported as a case receives an extensive interview, and from that interview, other contacts are elucidated, and those individuals need to be contacted and find out who their contacts were and be placed in quarantine. So this is a very labor-intensive process. Right now, the health department has created a very robust epidemiologic team, the EPI team. The EPI team right now is doing contact tracing for all cases and all contacts. We've had to prioritize who we want to get to first, who we want to get to second. But right now, the contact tracing process is being performed by public health without the need right now for any outside assistance or further resources we feel. We have had the fortunate ability to get some assistance from members of the community who have unique skill sets in that area, and they've been added to our epidemiologic team. But right now, those activities are taking place and they are functioning adequately at this time. Testing delays is a big problem. Testing delays are not our problem. Testing delays are taking place across California and across the nation as the testing system is strained right now with the number of tests that need to be performed. The laboratory capacity is significantly overloaded at this time. So this isn't a problem that we can solve at the local level. The OptumServe test site has been a very good asset for us to have as a community because it's a very efficient way for people to get tested. And as long as the Quest Diagnostics company, which is the one that runs the tests for the OptumServe site, is able to catch up on that backlog now with the reprioritization of testing groups that have been recommended, our expectation is that the time will continue to shrink back to 48 to 72 hours, which is the industry standard to be able to allow for useful and actionable information from that testing for contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine activities to take place. The Mark Twain system is also very helpful. The Mark Twain capacity to do testing with the rapid instrumentation that they're going to be getting in very soon is going to be something that we'll have to figure out how do we incorporate that into the global testing system that we have as a community. We haven't worked out that yet. People who are in quarantine as identified as an exposure to an active case, they are recommended for testing, but testing is not a necessary criteria for them to be released from the quarantine. Like, for example, if you're exposed to an active case of coronavirus, you could get sick within a 14-day period of time. So if the person is tested on the third day, say that they're in quarantine, then and that test is negative, they still need to be self-monitoring and still could potentially get ill for the full 14-day duration. So testing individuals in quarantine doesn't allow them to be released from quarantine any sooner than they otherwise would. It's just helpful to know if they move from being an exposed person to an active case. That's the utility of testing individuals who are in quarantine. Asymptomatic cases as part of the contact tracing process are identified. So if a person tests positive, they get contacted by the public health department's contact tracer. They are asked a standardized set of questions, which includes, what symptoms do you have? Do you have any of the following symptoms? Fever, cough, respiratory symptoms, headache, loss of smell, fatigue, abdominal pain, all of those questions. And if the person answers, no, I don't have any of that stuff, I feel fine. I'm just a case because I happened to get tested because I was exposed to somebody or I needed to for my work because I work in a nursing home, something like that, then that person is considered an asymptomatic case. They still are managed the same way because an asymptomatic case still has the potential to transmit the infection to other people, just the same as a case who has symptoms. So they're not managed any differently in terms of our recommendations for isolation and quarantine to prevent community transmission. The metrics for the monitoring list I discussed before, they include the average number of tests done per day. They include the case rate per 100,000 population. It includes the percent of positive tests that are being performed, as well as certain hospital metrics like increasing hospitalizations, ICU capacity, and ventilator capacity. If we get outside of where we need to be for any one of those metrics for a long enough period of time, then we wind up on the state monitoring list. And so then it requires at least a 14-day period of being back into the normal range on that metric for us to get off the state monitoring list. So that's kind of how that process works. And again, my goal is to do everything that we can as a local health department and as a community to keep off of the monitoring list and prevent those additional business and economic sector closures that happen as a result of that.
So let me clarify. what you're saying, if we meet any one of those metrics, not 2 out of 6 or 3 out of 6, but it could be just one of the
Yes.
6, we could be monitored.
Yes, it could be if we are outside of the normal range for a long enough period of time in any one of those metrics, then we wind up on the monitoring list. So it doesn't have to be all of them or the majority of them. It can be a single one. If it's outside of a range long enough and bad enough, then one metric could put us on the monitoring list if we are out of compliance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Dr. Clada, what you're saying is we're on the borderline, yet we're not outside the metrics to be on the state monitoring list at this time. But if we are so far, if we cross any one of those metrics for a period of time, so if it spikes one day and then some people fall off the list, let's say the following day, we're on the borderline right now, is the point.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Okay. When you were first doing your presentation, you talked about, districts 1, 4, and 5 being some of the most predominant positive cases. And you brought up bordering Stanislaus, San Joaquin counties, people going to work, and bringing it back, and then community transmission. Is that correct?
Yes, that's where we believe the bulk of cases are being introduced to the community. Last time I discussed a breakdown of the percentages. So about 1/3 of the cases are being transmitted within households in Calaveras County for people who are already identified. About 1/3 of cases we feel are being acquired from outside of the community and being brought back in again. And 1/3 of the cases we don't know. We don't know where the person is getting exposed, and we classify those as community transmission.
Thank you for that answer, because I'm hearing a little bit of conflicting information in my mind here. As we're talking about enforcement and quilling these businesses from doing the community transmission and it being part of the solve. And listening to the facts as you present them, Doctor, it kind of conflicts with the enforcement going on the businesses, livelihoods as opposed to lives being applied again, when we're positive that 33% is coming from out of the county, 33% in the house from those people that brought it from out of the county, and then the other 33% we don't know. So I'm not saying that enforcement on businesses won't help quill the situation, but what you're saying right now with the numbers that you just posed to me, that you're absolutely positive 66% of those cases didn't happen at businesses. Am I correct?
Well, I would put it this way, Supervisor Stopper. We know that this virus is very contagious and very transmissible from person to person. We know scientifically that there are ways to prevent that from happening. Those ways to prevent that from happening are hand washing, face mask covering, socially distancing. So I don't think it's helpful to focus on the businesses. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that the root of our problem in Calaveras County is that businesses are doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. I'm saying that I would like to see better compliance with masking, with face covering usage among everybody in Calaveras County. And businesses have a very integral part in that, because the sheriff's declared publicly that he's not going to enforce mask wearing in our community. So that makes it more incumbent upon the businesses to enforce those rules in their establishments. For example, you see signs when you go to large employers or large businesses in neighboring jurisdictions like Walmart or Lowe's. It says masks are required. So businesses have the ability to enforce face covering usage, and I would like to see that happening more. I'm not critical about businesses for being open if they're allowed activity to be open. I just want to see this community doing a better part for all of us in wearing face coverings and preventing person-to-person transmission in scientific ways we know are helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Clada. Your point, being proactive, working together for the betterment of the community. Right now, we're in a position where we're bordering a line, whether this has been played to politics extremely. So there's one side or the other, in a lot of this situation, even though it shouldn't be. It doesn't matter which side you're on. You should be more proactive and maybe following these measures to at least keep the county off the monitoring. I mean, personally, I'm being proactive. I go to a business, if I'm within 6 feet of a person, I wear a mask, not just being conscious of myself and the next person, also being conscious of the fact that I'm at a business that may get shut down by the state because I was the one that chose to go in there without a mask. I mean, there's multiple ways to look at this, and I agree. I just want to say that as we're moving forward and the board talks about enforcement later, that we keep in mind that these numbers aren't pointing directly at businesses, that the health director isn't pointing directly at businesses. We're saying that we want everyone as a whole to be more proactive as they move forward. That's what I have to say on this issue.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Kaleda, I just have a couple of questions here, and one of them is going back to Marita's comments. If I'm told that I have to be in quarantine, so I'm quarantined, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean I'm locked in the house? I cannot go outside at all? I can't do anything? I can't go anywhere? What exactly does quarantine mean?
In disease control, there's 2 terms that are important to understand: isolation and quarantine. If a person has an infectious disease, they need to prevent themselves from being exposed to others so that they don't pass it during the time that they are considered infectious. So an active case of disease is considered under isolation for a certain period of time. And they are required to stay home. They are required to not go into the community to expose themselves to others. Now, people who are exposed to that active case are people who could acquire the infection, even though they might not be sick at this individual point in time. It might not have been enough time for them to get the illness yet, but they could become symptomatic. They could become infectious before the onset of their symptoms of the illness, and they could transmit that to others without realizing even that they're sick. That's called asymptomatic transmission, and that can happen after exposure. So people who are exposed to a known case of COVID-19 are put in quarantine. And if a person is in quarantine, then they are prohibited from traveling, from having contacts with others in the community. They are unable to go to work, and they are required to sequester themselves during the period of time that we will know with certainty that they're not going to have acquired the illness and gotten sick. And that's typically a 14-day period of time. So if individuals violate the order of quarantine, then they could be subject to a legal order that requires them to remain in quarantine. One of the things that's been encouraging to us as a community is there has been overwhelming cooperation on the part of the public. When people are contacted by our contact tracers and made aware that they were exposed to an active case, they are 99.9 times out of 100 very interested in preventing them from possibly transmitting the illness to anybody else. And so they have voluntarily cooperated with all of our public health recommendations for isolation and quarantine to date.
Supervisor Tuffanelli, oh, sorry. I just wanted to add also that we actually have our instructions for isolation and quarantine loaded on the front page of our COVID-19 webpage. So if anybody would like to see what that process looks like, that information is very detailed, in addition to materials that businesses or general members of the public can utilize as part of a health education campaign to do your part, as Supervisor Stoffer was speaking about earlier.
So getting back to Marita's question, then, if I'm quarantined, basically I couldn't go get tested. I'm supposed to be staying home in isolation, so I couldn't possibly go get a test anyway to find out if I test positive or not. I mean, for the 14 days, I can't go anywhere.
The provisions for an individual under quarantine are, for the most part, to remain sequestered from other people. But there are some exceptions. For example, if a person becomes ill and they need to seek medical attention, that's an allowed activity. If a person needs to go and get tested, then they would wear an appropriate face covering, they would socially distance, and they would get tested. If a person needs to, take care of like something on an urgent basis, if they need to seek medical attention, if they need to get tested by recommendation of the public health department, there are provisions in the quarantine orders that allow for people to do those specific types of things.
And this is addressed on number 2 of the directions that to the documents I was just speaking about.
Well, thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. The other question I had is, you brought up Quest. And I've been to Quest many times because my doctor sends me for blood tests during regular visits to the doctor's office, annual physicals and such. Do you know if they're being overwhelmed so much by the testing of COVID that they're delaying the results of blood tests, or even doing blood tests now when a doctor sends a patient there? Do you know anything about that, doctor?
I'm not aware that COVID-19 testing burdens are delaying other types of medical care services by the private laboratories. For example, if you were sent for a cholesterol test, that's a test that uses a different methodology. It uses different equipment. It's done in a completely different fashion with different reagents than a COVID-19 test would do. I guess maybe there could be some slowing down of just processing specimens or something like that. But we haven't seen crossover from COVID-19 related laboratory capacity shortages and other medical care services that those laboratories provide.
Thank you.
The same extends to the medical care system as well. If a person is ill, if you have abdominal pain, if you develop an injury, then you need to seek medical attention, and don't just think, well, the hospitals are too worried about coronavirus, so I'm not going to bother going to the emergency room because of my chest pain or something like that. There's still regular medical care services that need to get taken care of, and people should present for medical attention if they feel that that's indicated, without the fear that the medical care system is not going to have time for them.
Thank you, doctor, and thank you, Kristen, both, and your staffs for all the work that you put in every day on this since it's began back in March, late February. Thank you.
Mr. Garamendi.
Just one more thing. We're worried about being put on the state naughty list. And as I read the order from the state, it sounds like kind of the Hotel California, where you check onto the naughty list, you can never leave. How do we get, once we get on that list, which eventually it seems, we'll want to delay it as long as we can, but it looked like you need to have a 14-day decline in numbers in order to exit the naughty list. And that's pretty tough to do in a pandemic. So we could be on the list for a long time. Any ideas if we check in how we get out?
My view is that prevention is still the best medicine, and preventing getting on the monitoring list is not something that's outside of our control. And if we can do those activities that I've been talking about, I've been ringing this bell since day one, Supervisor Garamendi, about the challenges that this pandemic is going to face, is going to put our community under. And if we can do these things that I've been talking about, it's scientifically shown to help prevent us from getting on that list and preventing disease transmission from increasing in our community. So prevention is going to be my number one strategy. And I'll refer you to my previous comments about how to do that. Once you do get on the monitoring list, it can be challenging to get off because you have to maintain reduced rates of disease in the metrics that you were shown to be outlying in for a 14-day period. And so for some counties like Los Angeles County that are very underwater in multiple metrics, that's very challenging for them. But in a small community like ours, I feel that we have the tools and we have the capacity to be able to prevent getting in that situation. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize right now.
Good. So we'll keep fighting.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to help me with the timelines here a little bit. We have someone who is asymptomatic. They don't know that they've got a problem. They're going to be wandering around. They're not isolated. There's no quarantine. Somebody presents themselves with some of the symptoms and they go for a test, and 10 days to 2 weeks later, they find out they have something. Should they be isolating from the moment that, in other words, how do we get them into that isolation point while we're waiting for a test result? And then once the test result comes back positive, are they then isolated again for another 14 days? Or, where does this timeline fit? Because I'm sensing a gap between when the patient may be aware or not, and then we're aware of it, and then what we're doing about it once it's a positive test. Do you follow where I'm going with that timeline?
I think I do. A case is defined as a person with a positive test. So there are probably individuals who are, in our community who have the infection and are transmitting it to others. In fact, I know that there are. That are not identified because they have not been tested and they're not identified as cases. Once a person is tested and they're identified as a case, we know how to manage them. So that person, once we get the result of their test, is contacted by the public health department. They're contacted by a contact tracer. And we go back to either the date of the test that was done or the onset of their symptoms. If a person developed a fever and cough and developed, symptoms of COVID-19 infection, that would be when we would start the clock. They would get a test. We would get several days to get the test result back. And then we would go back to the beginning when their symptoms started. If a person was asymptomatic and we didn't know when their symptoms started, we would go back to the date of their original test. So if a person's tested on day 1, we get the result back on day 4, then the person is going to need to be isolated, most likely for the remainder of a 10-day period, so 6 days. So a person can be released from isolation and be considered no longer infectious, either after 10 days since the onset of their symptoms or their test if they were asymptomatic, or at least 3 days after the resolution of their symptoms, whichever is shorter. So typically it's a 10-day period of time that a person's going to need to be isolated once they're diagnosed with coronavirus infection, going back to the onset of their symptoms if they had symptoms, or the date of their test if they were asymptomatic.
Supervisor Mills, I just wanted to add one comment to that too. Because of everything you just described, right? The situations where individuals might be asymptomatic and they don't recognize that they are spreading, or the delays in testing, or insert whatever other type of potential situation that could occur here, is the reason that the public health team has been pushing so hard to message to the community that it's important that everybody act as if everybody they come in contact has the potential to have COVID. So you can decrease those chances of contracting. I'd encourage the community to move away from the thinking that you only react differently to individuals who are COVID positive, but rather really take to heart those prevention messages we've been sharing since the very beginning, which is maintain that distance, wash your hands, treat others as if they could have the virus, and that's the best method for prevention.
And to that extent too, possibly that if they know that they have some of these symptoms, that they should be taking the responsible approach and doing the self-quarantining until they know for sure.
Absolutely. That's part of the messaging, is staying home when you're ill. Exactly.
Exactly. And go ahead, doctor.
Additionally, Supervisor Mills, when a person is tested, they are instructed to isolate themselves until they get the result of their test back. So that's a typical informational component that a person receives when they get tested for coronavirus.
I guess what I'm asking for is a higher level of focus on, if you have any symptoms at all, until you're tested positive or negative, whatever, you don't take the risk. You just don't take the risk. You isolate at that point. Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I'd like to open it up to the public. If there are any public comments or questions that I'd like to ask Dr. Kaleda or Mrs. Stranger, please call in. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5051, you can start your comments now and you will have 3 minutes.
It just said I'm unmuted. Okay, it took 5 months to get to this point, but you're where you need to be now. You're doing a great job, Dr. Kaleda. You just need to be a little more forceful with these people. We're going to expect a large influx of agricultural workers from the Central Valley. And as you know, the Central Valley has been heavily impacted by COVID-19. What is public health doing in cooperation with the agricultural commissioner in order to notice the farm labor contractors and the farm laborers, as well as developing procedures to make the harvest for grapes, for example, less perilous. Things like leaf pulling, where the agricultural workers in close proximity to another agricultural worker are you going to develop a technique where they're further apart. I'm not going to be able to speak to item number 3 because I already sent in an email, so you guys are on your own on that one. But if the board would broach these subjects, I'd be most appreciative. I would be most appreciative. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Mr. Kaleda, Dr. Kaleda, I think the question is, are we participating in anything having to do with the funding, I know that's going to the Central Valley, and we do use ag workers in Calaveras.
Yeah, I think Ms. Stranger can touch on this a little bit better than I can. I'll just say that I think that question contains two principles which are important. Very good question. How do we manage transient populations in the community that might be here for travel, for work, seasonal work? How do we manage transient populations in our community? And workplace guidance for specific types of labor activities are very important. And the state of California has very specific workplace guidance for a whole host of different types of economic sectors.
Thank you, Dr. Clada. That is exactly what I was going to say. In regard to the agricultural industry, there is there's specific guidance as part of the overarching guidance that the state has put out. And so the messaging to that sector locally would be, it's imperative that to prevent further spread and put measures into place to mitigate the risk of exposure to the greatest extent possible, that compliance with that guidance is followed. So that guidance is on our website, the link to it, as well as the state website. And that is the best method of prevention for that sector.
Thank you, Mrs. Stranger. Do we have another caller?
We do. Public commenter with the phone number ending in 9650. If you could start your comments now. That is the best method of prevention for that sector.
This question is for Dr. Kalita, asking about why Calaveras County, as opposed to Tuolumne County, Tuolumne County has more people recovered versus Calaveras County. So what is the process to move them from active cases to recovered cases?
The definitions of recovered cases are certain criteria needs to be met. And there's two ways to do that. A person who's an active case can be deemed recovered if they test negatively 2 consecutive times, 24 hours apart, or based on time. It just happens to be the case that a lot of our individuals in Calaveras County who have been cases and are symptomatic are taking longer to get better than we've typically seen in neighboring jurisdictions. So the distinction between the two is just something that's just sort of worked out that way among some of our constituents that for some reason we're not quite sure have taken a little bit longer to recover and be deemed as recovered as opposed to active cases. That's something that we're moving those active cases towards the recovered category. But for the most part, as long as those active cases are being continued to be isolated, we're not concerned that any delay in moving them towards being recovered puts the community at any risk.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Evelyn?
I don't have any other callers.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Kalita. Thank you, Ms. Stranger. We're going to move to item 2. Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is from the Office of Emergency Services to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of the Office of Emergency Services to accept $78,444 in 2020 Emergency Management Performance Grant Program COVID-19 supplemental funds, and authorize the Director of the Office of Emergency Services to sign the grant agreement and subsequent grant amendments and requests for payments, and to authorize a budget transfer increasing revenue in the amount of $78,444 and increasing appropriations in the amount of $78,444. This requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Mr. Osborne.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Supervisors. John Osborne, your OES Director. This grant is a supplement to our Emergency Management Performance Grant that is we receive annually. The allocation is $78,444. The allocation was determined by a formula to give you kind of a broad view, California received about $7.8 million as a supplement. This is our share of it, and the purpose of this grant is to supplement our emergency management efforts to prevent and to strengthen our ability to respond to COVID-19. We received notification of the allocation fairly recently, and we have provided a rough budget of things that we would like to use this grant for. The goal of this supplement for the Office of Emergency Services is to strengthen our ability to support public health and to focus on some of the equipment shortcomings that we discovered in our Emergency Operations Center during our COVID response. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mills.
Good morning, John. A question would be, do we have to spend this money out in this fiscal year, or can it be carryover?
The operational period of the grant is through October of 2021.
Okay, so it will carry over into next fiscal year if it's for any reason needs to be done that way.
Yes, we have roughed out a plan to make sure that we get it taken care of during this fiscal year, but there is a little bit of slop over, if you will, into FY21.
You're not anticipating any strings that might be a challenge?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Slop over. That's a good word, slop over. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. And anybody else have any questions on this item or any public comments on this item?
So caller with the phone number ending in 5051, if you would please begin your comments now.
Thank you. I'm just going to squeeze this in there on this one because I can't speak on the next item because I sent in an email. I would like to see some money to make allocated to the agricultural department, the ag commissioner, in order to hire some seasonal workers to monitor the transient workforce that you're going to have in the county for the harvest. I think this is very important. Even though they're not residents here, we still hold some responsibility for our fellow humans. So thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of the meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Stoughton. Mr. Osborne, could you answer that question, please? I don't feel it's a payment we can allocate separately, but if you would like to address that.
We could certainly entertain doing such a temporary hiring. I would need to go through the notification a little more carefully to see whether or not that would be allowable under this particular grant.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other? Okay, close public comment. And I'll entertain a motion. It does require a 4/5 vote of the board.
Madam Chair, I'll move this item.
Thank you, Mr. Tuffanelli. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Mr. Gehrman, you nothing?
Just to vote.
Oh, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you. I'd like to move to item 3. Do you want to read it, please?
Sure. Item 3 is from the Administrative Office. Board discussion and direction for allocation of Coronavirus Relief Fund allocations.
Mr. Alt?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. As you will recall, last meeting, the board considered and supported my certification of acceptance of funds from the state for the CRF fund. As we committed in the last meeting, we'll continue to bring back suggestions and recommendations for these funds. And so this is the first pass at this. And really why I've brought it here, why we have and admin brought it forward today is that I want the board to consider what our options are for first priority of the funds. And the way we have structured at least this part of the discussion is that our first priority in administration will be to bring forward recommendations for 1920 fiscal year expenditures that have already been incurred essentially on the general fund. And as you're well aware, our general fund and many of our other funds took a significant hit in having to respond directly to the COVID-19 outbreak. And so our first pass is to look at what staffing hours went into our direct response, what supplies and materials we were caused to procure. So just as an example, just in our facility staff, we've had an enormous amount of staff time committed to ongoing sanitation procedures. Just the level of supplies that we've had to procure in terms of hand sanitizer and other disinfectants, as example, are all costs that hit the general fund that we will recommend first as a recovery from the CARES Act fund. As a second priority, there are also ongoing necessary projects, as an example, IT infrastructure and continuing to expand our ability to offer telecommuting options to our employees, ensuring that we have network security and that we have other facilities projects as well that will enhance greater safety measures within the county facilities. So those will be the second things that we'd like to bring forward prior to then creating an opportunity for the board to discuss how we might use the CARES Act funding to support our external partners. And so in this particular case, Deputy CAO Krista Von Lotta will be leading this, not only this discussion, but bringing it forward through our budget discussions as we progress through August as well. So I'll turn it over to her to describe further what the funds can be used for.
Good morning, members of the board. Madam Chair, thank you for taking the time to enjoy this discussion with us. I am going to share my screen at this point and take you through the PowerPoint presentation, which is relatively brief. Great. All right, so the general overview of the presentation is a brief overview of the CARES Act funding, which we have been advised is approximately $4.7 million that's been allocated for the county to go on and discuss the county expenditures that we have already incurred, but anticipate continuing to incur as we move forward through the process. And part of that discussion will include prospective expenditures, projects, et cetera, that the board could consider as we move forward with this funding and determine board approved uses for it. Recommended uses for the FY 2019-20 general fund reimbursements, to which CAO just referred. Next steps, and then clearly to hear board discussion of these issues. So CARES Act funding requirements, they are necessary expenditures incurred due to the actual COVID-19 public health emergency. That is the first requirement. The guidance is that they're not accounted for in the most recently approved budget, except for related supplemental appropriations or budget adjustments. So the way to think about that is for last year's budget for fiscal 19-20, things that weren't budgeted for, and the same going forward for from July 1 for this current fiscal year. The caveat there being that there are exceptions for example, staff time, where a staff member's time, while budgeted technically, their function has been redirected almost either exclusively or nearly exclusively to COVID-related activities, and that would be an appropriate reimbursable expense under these under this funding source. So, and the expenses must have been incurred between March 1, 2020 and December 30, 2020, as it relates to this particular funding. So limitations, the ones that are most applicable to our county, the funds cannot be used to backfill lost revenue. This is an unfortunate reality. They cannot be used for payroll benefits for employee duties that are not substantially dedicated to the COVID-19 response. They cannot be used for workplace bonuses, and they cannot be used for items disallowed in U.S. Treasury, pardon me, or their FAQs. There are other limitations, but these are the most relevant to our county. Approved expenditure categories, medical expenses, public health expenses, substantially dedicated payroll expenses. They comply with public health measures and mitigate the effects of COVID-19, economic support, and any other COVID expenses reasonably necessary to the function of the county. So somewhat broad. Examples of the expenditures that we've incurred to date and expect to continue to incur: substantially dedicated staff time. This is a more broad definition than what we would be able to request from FEMA, we believe. So IT expenditures related to the response. This is certainly an area where we would anticipate more substantial expenditures in the coming months. Public health and other health and human services response. For example, we know that Health and Human Services has already exceeded their housing allotment as Project Room Key. I'm sure everyone here is aware. They do have another funding source currently that they're using to backfill, but that's at the expense of the other programmatic requirement or items that could instead be provided were they not backfilling for this particular program. Department level purchases related to COVID. That's everything from PPE to IT goods so that people can work from home, for example. And then facilities modifications and other safety measures. This is another great example of an area where there's a lot of opportunity as we move forward over the next few months to improve our infrastructure countywide in terms of making our employees safe for not just for now, but for any future such event. Further costs associated, and these are really just examples. This is not intended to be an exclusive list of where we could, or the board could direct us to invest as we move forward, but costs associated with the temporary outside permits that are being issued to some of our local businesses, human resources software upgrades for paperless recruiting and onboarding, and there are of course other allowable expenditures. In terms of our recommended uses for funds that we would receive to backfill expenditures that have already been made effective as of June 30th of this past fiscal year. We recommend the increasing our contingencies back to the board approved minimum, reimbursing the Sheriff's Department for the 4 fully added vehicles that we discussed during the preliminary budget process, and to the extent possible, and with obviously board direction and approval, unwinding a portion of the 5.3% reduction to general fund departments, generally speaking, on a pro rata basis. Again, these are only recommended uses, all up for discussion and with the board, and we will be taking that board direction home and implementing them as we'll discuss here. In terms of next steps, we suggest proposing projects, plans, and related costs at the August 11th meeting. To the extent that we have them, we will have substantially better idea following this discussion in terms of what the board would like to see there. We anticipate further informing the board at the August 18th study session regarding the proposed budgeted costs and use of funds at that time. Clearly, although it's not listed here, we'll be bringing back the proposed final budget in early September as usual. In terms of next steps, in addition to that, bringing from the department level related agenda items, whether they're agreements, contracts, MOUs, et cetera, back to the board for approval. And then bringing regular updates as we move through the next few months regarding the status of the approved projects, the uses, the expenses, and whether there are any available funds as we move forward that the board may choose to direct to other sources at that time. And with that, does the board have any questions?
Are there any questions or comments from the board on this? Just a moment, I do. On the recommended, on the slide you showed under recommended, and there was 344 to pay for the vehicles. How would that qualify under CRF funding?
Oh, forgive me, please. Let me clarify that. That when I referenced the FY19-20 reimbursements, what I'm referencing is reimbursements for general fund monies that were redirected from their intended uses during that fiscal year for COVID appropriate reimbursement expenses. So when we think about the monies that come back into the county for last fiscal year, as opposed to for the period from July 1 going forward, then what we would do is, to the extent that the funding is reimbursing a non-general fund source, the funds would be directed back to that non-general fund source. And to the extent that they are general fund monies, then they are discretionary in nature as the board would direct. And budget that is severely, yeah.
Could you, you're back. We lost you there for a moment. Could you restate the last part of that?
Sure. So I'm not sure where I dropped off.
General fund.
Start the whole thing over.
Well, to the extent that it wasn't general fund, those monies will be redirected back to this, those non-general funds sources. And to the extent that they were, they'll be discretionary funds. And our recommendations are basically just that, recommendations, but the ones that we believe to be consistent with board direction that we received during our preliminary budget development. That said, they're general funds in nature, so they would, as a theoretical matter, become a part of our revenue stream for this coming fiscal year.
All right, thank you. On the funding, I totally support that the county needs to repay itself with CRF funding if it qualifies. But how do we know if some of it might be FEMA funding? So if FEMA reimburses us for a particular thing because of COVID-19, then where does that dovetail with CRF?
Right, so that's a great question. And there's opportunity there. Part of it is how we best determine we want to move through this process. One school of thought says, given that we don't know if and when the FEMA funds would become available for certain activities, if they are allowable under the CARES Act, and there is bandwidth there to recover those funds in that manner, then there is no conflict. There is no first order of priority. We have to first seek FEMA funding and then secondly seek CARES Act funding. So we theoretically could directly approach or directly seek reimbursement under the CARES Act for all of our expenditures to date. Should we determine, one of the questions is timing. So as we know from Butte, there can be quite a long lag time where we aren't sure about whether, when, and how much of a reimbursement we're going to get. The runway is substantially shorter as it relates to COVID. That said, to the extent that some of those funds are available through FEMA, and we do believe that they are, and then we could use the CARES Act funding for our 25% county match, assuming that match applies. And that would be something that we'll be looking at as we move forward. And we certainly would love to hear the board's thoughts on that if you wish to comment.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Krista. We'll have to dig a little deeper into the sheriff reimbursement and the general fund reimbursement, because I'll be honest with you, I didn't track and it didn't follow what I'd seen in presentations before from the State Department of Finance. So I'm sure we're good, but you were just going to have to unpack that a little bit better for us as we move forward. I want to make sure that when we are tracking our salary expenses and sort of coming up with the totals, that we're including things like, the additional sick leave, anticipating as Supervisor Mills brought up earlier, we have employees that are getting sick. We need to make sure that we get reimbursed for that additional sick time, family medical leave from the feds. We've got all these things. I want to make sure we have that complete vision when we come up with the total. And second, and finally, as we decide what our priorities are, it helps to have the number. We know that we got 4.7, but we don't know what those already expenses were. I know it was $1 million, or it was $500,000 a month or so ago. What we're anticipating, because are we talking about coming up with creative ideas for $100,000 or $3 million? We don't know. So I know that we're meeting with this in August, and I hope that will be part of the conversation, so we know we're actually pushing up the hill.
So we know for sure that we've got on the order of 800,000 to $1 million. There's still expenses that we're capturing, so that number may go up. But we've got absolutely documented expenses of a minimum of 800,000 right now. We know that we haven't captured everything, so that number we do expect to go up. That said, in terms of, and I understand that we'll unpack as we move forward and meet on the 11th and then again on the 18th. But what I was not suggesting there is that we use any of this funding for unapproved uses, simply to the extent that we're repaying the general fund for approved COVID-19 uses, that those funds then become available for the general fund discretionary uses that it's typically therefore that are typically appropriate.
Okay, so we've got to submit a plan by the end of September for approval, and we've got to spend the money by the end of December, if I understand correctly. So when we meet on the 11th, you're going to be able to take that 800,000, add in these additional expenses, and project where we think we're going to spend as best we can, and then we could take on these other issues, economic development, stuff like that, correct? We'll have some numbers around. Guess, I mean, it's a best guess. We don't know what's going to happen this pandemic from one day to the next.
We're
So-
we're certainly going to do our best. We've already engaged departments and are seeking information and proposed projects from them. The timing, as you know, is quite short, although there is a little bit of bandwidth there. And as much as my read anyway, and we'll do more research, but is that the funds have to be, the transactions have to be completed by the 30th, but there's still a 90-day window for actual payment and whatnot to take place. So we've got a little bit more bandwidth than just December 30, but yes, we're going to do our best to bring you as much information as we possibly can on the 11th to help guide your decision making as we move forward.
Don't forget your crystal ball. And,
My magic 8 ball.
thanks.
Mr. Mills.
Yeah, thank you. Krista, this is a lot of stuff here. and to know that we're going to have this board committed to basically what are we going to do between now and December, yet if the state should take us into the naughty list, how is that going to play out in terms of helping us to get out from underneath the rock, so to speak? What do we do? What do we start to think about now, knowing that potential could exist, so that we already can keep some of those funds working towards that end of keeping us off that list?
Okay, I'll try and unpack that as best I can. So in terms of, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but the first part of your comment relates to the fact that if in fact we get on the list and or the state were to determine that we were not compliant such that they might pull the funding, how do we try and avoid that, and what do we do if that were to happen?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
so at the risk of sounding dull, we actually do generally as a county contract with exactly those types of concerns in mind. So to the extent that we would enter into any agreement, there is always a public funding or a funding source out, or shouldn't maybe say always, but almost always an out. So the second point is that because of the nature of these funds that have the services have to be provided by December 30, the goods have to be ordered and received by December 30. They're relatively, they're all short term in nature. So to the extent that there were to be funding rescinded, then we would just have to work incredibly closely with our vendors. And I'll personally offline need to research, but it may be that previously incurred expenditures that were incurred before those funds were rescinded would still be eligible for funding. So I'll need to circle back on that aspect of it. But that's part of the last part of your comment is part of what we need to work with public health and internally here in admin and our other department heads, et cetera, to see which, how to prioritize these projects such that we do exactly what you suggest, which is try and get out in front of this to the extent that we can as quickly as we can with these funds. CAO Alt, did you have anything you wanted to add there?
I'm
Mr. Alt.
less about the item, and I'm getting multiple reports that we have people that have no audio and
Yeah, we're going to take
visual.
a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
No worries. No, I understand.
bring the meeting back to order. We're on item 3, board discussion. Mr. Stoffer.
Dennis Mills, if you aren't finished, I'll yield to you for the moment.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I know that the federal government is working on phase 2 or whatever that HEALS Act is going to be if that passes. We probably should, if that is going to go forward, try to figure out what the requirements are going to be, the timeline, so that we can include that in our discussion as well before the end of the year, so that it kind of helps us get a better idea of where we're at. Also, is there a way for us to include the schools in this discussion in any way? Krista? We lost Krista.
I mean, we've talked about, the board asked Ben and I to come up with a list of things to do. I think what I'm hearing is that let's look at the county first, and they will bring information back to us in August, September. And then if out of the 4.7, the county needs, let's say 2 million, then the balance, what would we want to do with that? I mean, Mr. Garamendi talked about broadband, you've talked about schools. I know Mr. Stopper and I have talked about businesses. So I think that's part of the conversation at a later date. As I'm understanding staff report now, it's focused on the county. Mr. Alt, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, Madam Chair, thank you for that synopsis. That was exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper.
There's been a lot of points brought up by the rest of the board. There's restrictions with this. We brought up, there's a threshold for October 31st from what I read originally. Unused money returned. So we're talking about them bringing back possible expenditures in August and September that if we don't facilitate that use, there's a possible deadline of October 31st for some of these to be returned. But also in there, it did talk about a possible extension being in that. Now, one of the strings attached here is enforcement. And this has come up already today. And I do want to bring this back up because the enforcement goes towards businesses. And as the discussion happened earlier with our health director, and I trust him on the numbers that he brought forward, there's a possibility of maybe 33% being missed. We all do need to be more proactive. But at the same time, the state's saying the proactive approach to enforcement is on businesses, which a majority of this board supported by taking this money. With that, we have to be we have to realize that the businesses aren't necessarily at fault here, but that's the proactive approach everyone's talking about, trying to stem the problem. I'm still for being proactive and everyone, wearing your mask moving forward. I have plenty of questions. There's been good things, moving forward. The decision's been made to move forward on this money. Broadband, yes. Schools, yes. Businesses, yes. So my question was, the recommended uses, I had schools written down. Broadband's another thing that's we're gonna be able to talk here in a little bit with one of the other items later. But businesses. And it does say in there on the slides that Krista had put up earlier that it can be used for medical supplies. Is there any way we can facilitate some of this money through a grant program to facilitate, be able to give businesses masks or, you know, hand sanitizer to a point? Because right now, these businesses, we're reducing their revenue. At the same time, we're adding expenses requiring them to facilitate these proactive PPE measures. Is there any way we can help these businesses out in this time of financial crunch on their part with this CARES Act money at the same time? That's my question.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Are you asking for a question to be
Yeah,
answered?
the question is, are we able to facilitate any of that for PPE for the businesses?
So,
Go ahead, Krista.
so certainly those are things that the board can choose to look at. What we're recommending at this point is that we focus first on the county expenditures that we know and expect to be incurring in the next several months and that we've already incurred. Certainly protective equipment, masks, and hand sanitizer for businesses. We can circle back on the 11th. That might be something that we could, well, certainly something that would qualify for the funding. It's certainly something that we could look at any point, but it might not be necessary to incorporate that into a proper grant program. So I can look into that with some of my colleagues offline and circle back with the board on the 11th.
Mr. Stopper, did you have anything else, or is that okay?
Madam Chair, for now, I'm okay.
Because they can use also the Chamber of Commerce, businesses can, to get some of that.
Yeah, but how do they facilitate the money? I mean, I'm talking about a clear path to be able to help out some of the businesses with this money. If the decision of the majority of the board is to take this money, and we're going to be enforcing businesses, maybe part of enforcement is being proactive and providing them the proper PPE so that they can stay in business and not have to worry about staying in compliance with the health order.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yeah, I certainly understand where Supervisor Stopper's coming from. You know, those are some of the things we can have a discussion. I'm in favor of using some of this money for economic support, although there's no definition of what that is. It's wide open what it could be until they come forward with some other restrictions on what that's supposed to look like. We're stuck with what we have. My questions though are, and also I want to bring up your point about the 33%. I don't actually completely agree with that, because when you're diagnosed with this disease, you try and think of where you might have got it. You don't really know. And if you got it from a family member, you don't really know where they got it from. So it could be a lot more. That number, 33% from businesses, could be a lot more. It's just hard to track. You don't really know. You're just going by what people tell you. Certainly these businesses that continue to, as we had a discussion earlier, flip their thumb at the county because we have nothing to back us up and they're going to do whatever they want, are certainly, in my opinion, contributing to the numbers either here or some other county of people from outside the county are coming to these concerts or whatever else is going on, these mass gatherings. But that aside, FEMA was mentioned here and some funds coming from FEMA. Certainly we've dealt with FEMA in the past, and if we're going to get any fundings or reimbursements from FEMA, the tracing of that money and the expenditure of that money is a lot different than what we're going to face here on the CARES Act. So any of those fundings, I would say that we're looking at that possibly could be, we need to start right now putting that process together and saying this could be FEMA recovery. We need to do this, especially if we have a contract like Five Claw or someone coming in and we're going to try and recover those. We need to do everything FEMA says we need to do in the normal FEMA recovery funds to trace those funds so we don't end up giving some of the care funds back to FEMA to replace what we took from FEMA if we ever have an audit. So I just want to bring that up. That's a different ballgame altogether. We're not receiving all of this funding at once. We're not just going to get a 4 point whatever million dollars it is. Here's a check all at once. It's coming in 6 installments. And what those installments look like, I don't know if they're even installments, 6 divided up 6 ways, or you get a certain amount in the first one and going forward. I don't know what that looks like. Perhaps you can answer that question. If there is anything formula right now out there for us to look at for our first installment. The other question I have is, you have requirements and restrictions on this money. Are we going to, even though we turn in at the end of September our plans for the funding, are they going to be, do we have to track this money at some point? If somebody come knocking and saying, okay, you said you were going to use this money for this, you have to show us that exactly what you spent it for. You didn't write a check for something else over here or what have you. So what is the tracking mechanism for those funds, and how precise does it have to be? Those are the questions I have.
Okay, great. So in terms of the tracking, I'll start with the last question. So we have been doing that from the beginning. We've been doing it, my colleagues and I, with the advice of the auditor's office, doing it with respect to FEMA reimbursements. So all of the tracked funds up until the CARES Act was approved, we're done with a view to that. We are continuing to track, and yes, we need to continue to track for CARES Act funding. Part of one of the major restrictions to the funding source is that we are in fact a subrecipient. It makes us subject to the single audit as we would be with any federal funding. And should we in fact turn and also then act as a pass-through entity, anyone we were to distribute those funds to we would be on the hook as a county to make sure that they comply, those recipients, with any of those funds. So yes, we are definitely tracking to the extent that we've recently become aware of expenses that might not have been approved under FEMA, but would be appropriate for CARES Act funding reimbursements. Then we are going back and looking at what we might be able to identify that we can submit for CARES Act funding. In terms of the installments, my understanding is that there's an August 1st installment that would in fact be the first 1/6 of the funding, which for our county would be approximately $780,000. The second would be on September 1st. And then there are some reports and whatnot that are due in the month of September. And on a going forward basis, the balance would be paid October 1, either on October 1 or after. That is not clear to me. We would need to circle back on that. Did that answer all of your questions?
Yeah, I was just looking with our final budget coming, knowing exactly what those installments in the first installment we would be receiving before September 1st or on September 1st. During that time, we're doing final budget, that we'd have some actual numbers to look at to be able to decide what to do with. Actually, we know the 4 million and we have to spend it, but I was looking at when we're going into the final budget. So thank you.
Understood.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your other comments about how this sort of process comes together and what you're actually looking for in this conversation. To that end, I think I want to encourage, hopefully on the 11th, when we talk about this and the staff pulls together ideas, we're being super creative. This is not a time for everybody to stay within their bumpers, so to speak. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that, the last thing any of us want to hear in October is, I just didn't have the people and the resources to do it, so we didn't do it. This is now.
And I hope that we could continue to work, and I think we are working with our partners. Ben spoke about schools, others spoke about schools. You know, have we thought about, you know, schools are very successful in distributing lunches to kids. Will that program continue, and are there ways that we could help that, especially in areas where, you know, these kids don't have regular nutrition? So how can we make that work with this COVID response? We talked about tents when the kids finally get back on campus. Let's just be as creative as possible. Gary was mentioning the quarantine and the challenges that our people are facing under quarantine. That number is going to grow exponentially. So are there programs, what can we work with things like Senior Center and Meals on Wheels, who have experience in delivering meals to people to help out with the senior citizens who can't get to the grocery store because they're afraid they're under quarantine, or other groups. So I want us to be as creative as possible. Chamber of Commerce has been a great partner throughout this, and on things like the census. They have great outreach. Can we partner with them for economic development? I mean, I love these masks. They're made in Calaveras County. So when we make our purchases of masks, if we need 100,000 of them, we can't make them here. But for those things that we can do here, cooking the meals to deliver, you know, we've contracted Amador, working with the library. Nancy's done such a great job. I really want to encourage staff and us to be as absolutely creative as possible, because we simply are not nimble enough to accomplish all these goals by ourselves. We don't want to recreate the wheel if somebody's already doing it better. So that's a statement, but since you're looking for guidance, there's my 2 bits.
Bitcoins or real money? Mr. Mills, did you have anything? Mr. Stopper.
One other thing here on my notes from the discussion as we proceeded today. We're talking about expenditures incurred and possible needing to give some money back if it's, you know, if there's non-compliance found or anything else. And you brought up that there's almost always a way out. Well, I just want to caution, as we move forward, we barely had a way out to clear even, and we at this point are well into our reserves, you know, at a point that the board cautioned in June as we proceed. And I want to remain cautious as we proceed, because we don't have that many ways out anymore. I think that's part of the reason that a lot of the board is looking to this avenue at this time.
Okay, are there any other comments from the board? Questions? I want to open it up for any public comment. Okay, not having any public comment. I just want, Mr. Mills.
Yeah, just, just throw something out there as a brainstorm idea, because I went to school for American Standard about 20 years ago, and back in those days, and it's true even today, they make a virus level air cleaner. It's been in place for a lot of years, and they're not that expensive. If you want to think about an addition to the safety or security of the campus, since we're replacing all these AC systems, I just would like to throw that out there and be sure that that is on the table as an additional option. I can explain it in detail to Patrick, I'm sure is familiar with it, but I would like to be able to have it on the table.
Mr. Alt, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We are considering additional filtering and items with our HVAC project as well. And Patrick's also exploring some other facilities type projects that would increase our employee safety throughout the campus. And we will be bringing those forward, but we are definitely considering those ideas, and we've seen other counties put those types of projects forward as well.
Well, if they could be part of this funding, it would take the pressure off of us financially and still be able to accomplish the goal at the same time.
Yes, sir. We're to your point and to Supervisor Garamendi's, we're trying to be as creative on the internal side on the costs that we can offset, and be thoughtful about infrastructure type projects that would be helpful not only in the future, but increase our safety around the campus, or reduce interactions and hand-to-hand exchanges of documents and things like that. So we're going to look at that on the IT side and for facilities projects, and frankly, any other ideas that we can, mine from either our colleagues in different counties or our group can come up with. We definitely will put those forward.
Mr. Mills, anything else? Okay, this is not an action item, it's information. I think what I'm hearing my colleagues say when we come back at budget to discuss it, that we would like to, if possible, see a more definitive number of where we are at that point in time and what we project out for the rest of the year for the CRF funding. And then based on paying the county back first, then the board has ideas, and I'm sure staff does, on what we'd like to do for funding any non-county costs, such as the businesses are mentioned for schools or for nonprofits and so forth. So I think that's the only direction I can give you on behalf of the board at this time. And we'll be looking forward to seeing the numbers. And for me, it's just that if we have an opportunity, because we can't just use broadband as an example, we can't fund the expansion of broadband, but where they're replacing poles and services now, can we pay something for the AT&T or the Verizons or Volcanoes or wherever to extend broadband into areas where they already are, but trying to upgrade that service. So, okay, Mr. Mills.
Well, you brought up broadband, and I'm going to beat up the Blue Mountain situation. The county does have some control on Blue Mountain, and that it would just be a matter of us working in agreement with whoever could provide broadband up there to give District 2 a lot more support, especially if it's going to be kids homeschooling. That's just that one spot that I know it's be very easy for, all we'd have to do is find a way to get somebody to be a partner and put up the equipment. All we have is we have the spot. So let's take advantage of the spot.
Okay,
so
thank you. I've got places, I'm sure we all do.
Madam Chair.
No, Love Creek, Mr. Alt.
I might suggest that at the next meeting, when we bring back a clear picture of what we're suggesting internally, that it might be a good opportunity to have board discussion amongst yourself about how you may develop a criteria that you can lay over the remaining funds so that we have clear direction on how to spend them. At this point, the number of ideas that I've heard from across all of the board members, I suspect that the need will be greater than the balance of the funds that we have. And so having maybe preloading the discussion on how you'll help us understand the importance of the work that you want us to direct those monies at will be helpful.
And some schools were brought up, maybe if you could have a conversation with Mr. Nanick on what the individual school districts might need or not need, what they might need in one district, they might not need in another. So just from the school's perspective, since that came up. Okay, I'd like to move to end the conversation, Mr. Alt.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move to general comments. If anyone has anything they would like to discuss with the board that is not on the agenda, please call in now. Thank you.
We do have one public comment. So caller with the number ending in 5051, please begin your comments now.
First off, I'd like to welcome you to my living room. I'm watching you on Zoom. You had some technical difficulties. I wanted to take a moment to thank IT. Stan, the IT man, we call him, has done a fantastic job, always very responsive. I'd also like to thank the county clerk and the various members of that staff who are always very kind, take my phone calls, answer my questions, and get back to me if they don't have immediate answers. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for keeping these meetings open. And I'd like to thank certain staff that take my emails, and my emails are not always the nicest, but they're clear and concise. And thank you for listening. I'd like to have a wonderful day, and this is my public comment for the day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, Carl Stoughton, you've been very prolific this morning. Thank you very much for calling in. Anything else, Madam Clerk?
I don't see any other callers, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to the consent agenda. These items are normally routine, non-controversial. Does any member of the board wish to pull a consent agenda item?
Item number 5, Madam Chair.
Item 5. Does any other board member wish to pull an item? Does any staff member wish to pull an item off of consent? Or does any member of the public wish to pull an item off of consent? Hearing no requests from the public, I'll entertain a motion on the balance of the consent agenda minus item 5.
Chair, I will move the remainder.
Motion by Supervisor Mills, a second
Second.
by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0. Supervisor Tuffanelli, item 5.
Yeah, I have a couple questions on this item. I'm reading it and I read it. And under the recommendation at the very bottom, it says, so long as funding is available within the sheriff's office budget units. I'm not so sure what that means. And then down, further on down, underneath where the expenses have all been summarized, it says, please note that additional adjustments will be made in the fiscal year 2021 mid-year or final budget. I'm not sure what that's all entailing when we're transferring money right now to cover these costs. And what does so long as the funding is available? Either it's available or it's not. We have a budget. We're transferring money from one line item to another. So if somebody can explain those two things to me, I'd appreciate it.
Sheriff DeVasilio, are you on the line or a member of your staff?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to join the board meeting. Hello, board members. I have my Oscar here to explain what that's all about.
So long as funding is available comes from.
Could you please speak more into the mic? We're having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Is this better?
A little. Go on.
So long as funding is available is language for the purchasing agent in case quotes from vehicles change as we finalize the quotes just before we issue POs. That way we prevent having to go to the board and delaying the process.
So I believe the question is, was this in the proposed budget that you gave and the funding is available now? Or based on income that you believe you might receive, but that should have been part of your recommended budget?
The funding is available and it's the funding we discussed, the recommended budget.
Okay.
That was put in, Gary, that was put in so that we have had in the past, because we haven't been able to order vehicles in a timely manner and their prices change, whether it be for the cost of the vehicle or the upfitting. That's the only reason, so long as funding is available within the sheriff's office budget. The money's there because it's coming out of AB 443. It was just a catch-all. So if in fact the increase to either a vehicle or the upfitting changed, well, we have the money there. We just wanted to let you know that in case something changed price-wise.
So if something changes price-wise when you finalize the deal for these vehicles and the equipment, it could change, and you may be coming back, to the board because these funds may not cover all of what that final price tag could be.
It's a potential, and again, that has only happened in the past when we wait too long to order the vehicles and or equipment because of price changes. I don't think that that's going to be an issue at this point because we're pushing this now to get these items and vehicles ordered. I don't see it to be an issue. It was just a catch-all in case something changed. We don't see that as a problem at this point.
Okay, so then the last note that says, please note that additional adjustments will be made in the fiscal year final budget or mid-year budget.
Yes,
What are you saying there for transferring funds now to cover these costs? Why are you saying it will be done at mid-year or at final budget?
that language is just to let you know that there are certain appropriations here that will require transfers from other budgets. For example, the appropriations in the jail budget to pay the vans will require a reimbursement from AB 109 or the Innovation Fund. And those transfers are going to be taken care of at final or mid-year budget in terms of adjustments. The recommendation would have been even more wordy had we included that language in it too. But that's the idea behind that.
Okay, Oscar and Rick, I just want to be perfectly clear with you that when we did this at the preliminary budget, we took money from contingencies to cover this because it wasn't done last year, and you guys know the whole story about all that.
Right.
So if you're going to come for adjustments at mid-year or final budget, it can't come from county general fund dollars because we don't have any.
It won't come from general fund. It'll be reimbursements to the general fund that will have to be taken care of during final and mid-year budget.
Okay.
Yeah, there won't be any general fund, just to be very clear, there won't be any general fund. It's the transfer through AB 109 and the other funding sources that are already there. That's all.
Okay, I just want to clarify that and make sure because It's not what this is saying. And it's almost looking like you're intending for us to make the adjustments if you have any. But it's going to come from your budget somewhere, no matter what. It's got to come within your budget that you already have.
Correct. And if I have to, I'll use AB 443 money because I know you'd like that.
Yes, we do, Sheriff.
I know you do.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Stopper. Okay, I think the message was pretty clear, Sheriff. Mr. Garamendi.
Can you include a map on this next item, next time for something like this? Because this was about the most confusing item. You literally had to graph it out. And I assume that this is good with, this doesn't change the overall preliminary budget?
No.
Mr. Alt, or correct? Al?
Ms.
Krista?
Von Latha, this does not change the preliminary budget, correct?
No. It does. Sorry, we were both trying to get off mute. No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
But we will continue to encourage the sheriff to use AB 443 wherever we can.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Though for the record, we do owe the sheriff some money, but not any more than what we already committed to.
Correct, and 2 scoops of ice cream.
And 2 scoops of ice cream. Okay, this requires a 4/5 vote of the board. Oh, yes, thank you. Are there any public comments on this issue? Under the CARES Act, funding cannot be used for the sheriff's vehicles.
Were you checking to see if we had our hearing aids on?
Just wanted to pull his chain.
I don't see any callers, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, this item requires a 4/5 vote of the board. Do I have a motion?
Madam, I will move this item since we had the discussion on AB 443 funding. So I will move it.
Thank you, Supervisor Tuffanelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you. Okay, I want to be respectful of time. I want to move to the regular agenda. We will go until, I'll take former chair's advice and go till 12 o'clock, and then we will take a break. Is that how it works, Garamendi? Yeah, okay. I thank you. We'll move to regular agenda part 2. Item 23, Madam Clerk, please.
Item 23 is from the Public Works Department to introduce and waive the first reading of an amendment to section 3.28.038, real property, of the Calaveras County Code and authorize a summary publication of the changes to the ordinance.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works. I want to verify you can all hear me before we move forward.
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Appreciate your time today. I'm asking the board to consider amending Chapter 3.28.038, Real Property Ordinance of the Calaveras County Municipal Code. For a little bit of background, this particular section of code was adopted by the board in 1986 and was later amended in 2006. As the board is very aware, Public Works in particular has been bringing many minor property acquisitions to the board over the past year or two in support of Public Works projects. The municipal code does not give any authority to myself or the department or anyone at the county to process any minor acquisitions, which means each acquisition, no matter how small it is, has to come to the board in closed session and then again approved by the board through board action. As you're familiar, this does create considerable delays in the project delivery process, the project property acquisition process. It does affect our delivery timelines. And so the board had provided some direction for Public Works and Council to go back and consider some changes to that policy. Government code does allow the board to delegate authority to staff, and in this particular situation, the Director of Public Works. And it also grants you authority to establish a dollar limit on the purchase price of real property. Now, as part of my research, I reached out to about 15 to 20 counties. I received comments from about a dozen or so. Most all of those had policies granting authority to the Director of Public Works. Most of those ranged from $25,000 to $50,000 authority. I am recommending the lower end of that threshold. I'm recommending $25,000. Well over more than 9 out of 10 acquisitions that we do fall under that threshold. I believe since I've been here, just 2 or 3 have fallen above that threshold. The vast majority fall even under $5,000 to $10,000, and we've had some as low as $300 or $400. The acquisition process above $25,000 would continue to follow the process, including closed session and then board action as part of a subsequent at a subsequent date. Some of the quick highlights of the ordinance: it must be in support of projects currently approved by the board or the public works director. It must be in accordance with all applicable laws, including fair market valuation and the processes outlined by CEQA and NEPA. Public Works, we have included a provision as directed by the board that we shall inform the board of our intent to acquire property prior to issuing offers. So the board has a heads up of the properties we're acquiring and who we're making the offers to. This action does not divest the board authority to acquire property, so you still maintain all the rights that you've currently had if you wish to act upon that. It also doesn't affect authority either in the purchasing agent or county council, because this code does have a couple of other provisions related to those activities. Public Works does the lion's share of the acquisitions, but there are a few like buildings, et cetera, that may go through different departments. And we want to recognize their ability to continue business under these changes. Now, state law does require this action if the board does grant the authority to the director. There is a 5-year sunset clause on that. State law is pretty clear on that. So the board may act to renew this policy or this ordinance every 5 years. And so we'd bring this up to you. And we certainly have the authority to make that shorter, but law does allow a maximum period of 5 years. So if the board does approve this today, we would issue this for public review in the Valley Springs News for a period of 5 days. Subsequent to that, we would bring this back to the board for possible adoption, and then subsequent to adoption in a 30-day period, this would be our new policy and law moving forward. So with that said, that ends my brief presentation, and today reminding you that we're recommending that, that the board introduce and waive the first reading of the proposed amendments and to authorize a summary publication of the changes to the ordinance. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? Are there any public comments on this? Hearing no public comments? Oh, yeah, right. Just for, there's this machine or something, a flying saucer behind me with the blue light, and nobody knows what it is.
I believe it's IT's.
Oh, thank you. No hearing, no public comments. I'll entertain a motion on this.
Madam Chair, I just want to say, Josh, this is fairly straightforward. Thank you for the work. I trust you to continue in the action that you have in the past and move forward responsibly with this. We appreciate it. With that, Madam Chair, I'll move it.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Second motion by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Mills. Is there something? Oh, okay. Thank you. I'd like to move to item 24.
Item 24 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution changing the position control list for integrated waste management by reclassifying an integrated waste management compliance manager to an integrated waste management operations supervisor and an integrated waste management worker 1-2 to a integrated waste management operations foreman effective August 1st, 2020.
Ms. Hawkins, is there anything that you would like to address on this that was not in the staff report?
The only thing that I would like to add is I have been working with the prior management of integrated waste on this restructure, and then I've worked closely with the interim manager currently on putting this structure in place.
Thank you. Are there any questions from staff, from the board on this item? Are there any public comments? Oh, Mr.
Madam Chair,
Mills, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question because we're looking at the restructure on position 9618. The salary range runs 1674, 2293, and yet in the restructure it's 2339 to 2847. We take this out, say 5 years. What is that position going to look like financially to the budget?
So that particular position, yes, it is an increase from the, sorry, I'm just looking at my notes really quick, from the IWM worker to a foreman, but we are taking the other position of the IWM compliance manager to a supervisor, which is a savings. So the combination of these two positions is an overall savings to the department.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that we're as close to a wash as possible on the upper end of the scale.
So it is actually a savings, and it is a
$21,184.92.
Yes.
Judy, my only concern though is not so much the midpoint or the salary spread, but the top numbers as to whether or not that would have an impact in future budget years.
So I apologize, I'm not completely understanding your question.
Okay.
So there is a larger savings to the higher paid position. So when you look at the overall, what's being paid out to CalPERS, there is an advantage to this restructure.
You're narrowing the spread on 96-30, but expanding the lower end and expanding substantially the upper end on 96-18. Not you, but the numbers are looking at is a substantial change.
But if you change the manager at the upper end and you're lowering it to supervisor, the upper end will move for the manager as it would for the supervisor. Mr. Topanelli.
Well, I think what he's referring to, if you look right now, the spread for the upper end, integrated waste management, the upper end is 4413, that's 9630. And the upper end for 9618 is 2293, roughly $22 difference. If you go down to what they're changing it to and you go to the upper end of 9630, it's 3808, and 9618 is 2847. That's only a $10 difference. You're not maintaining the same difference.
Thank you.
As you're going forward. And so what's that translate to at the end of further on, 5 years down the road?
Right.
That's what you're basically asking.
That's where I'm going. This will have an impact in future out years, and it could be substantial. I just wanted the board to be aware of what the spread looks like.
Getting to the final numbers, it's more of a wash than initially.
Right.
It gets closer to zero.
The further out you go.
I do hear where you're going with that. So right now, I mean, what they say in finances is this is a $21,000 savings, which isn't true in the future, which you're absolutely right, Mr. Mills. But yeah, we do need to remain cognizant.
Yeah, it's not that I'm not supporting the idea. I just want the board to be fully aware of when we start shuffling these things around. be looking at what those numbers really are going to represent in future years. Thank you.
So I think something else that we are trying to accomplish here is that integrated waste is a 7-day-a-week operation. And in trying to provide the proper structure there, we will have better training opportunity. And then we're trying to minimize absenteeism, other employees having to work overtime. And so then when you're looking at the better structure, we can save money in other places as well.
Thank you, Judy.
Any other questions from the board? Any public comments on this item? Hearing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for action. The supervisor would like to make a motion on this.
Madam Chair, so moved.
So moved by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0.
Thank
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. I'd like to move to item 25.
Item 25 is from Economic and Community Development to authorize the county's Economic and Community Development Director to submit a grant application request in the amount of $680,000 to the U.S. Economic Development Administration for the fiscal year 2020 Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance funding opportunity.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Board. This is Kathy Galino, your Economic and Community Development Director. And before you today, I have a grant application request that I'd like to submit, working in collaboration with the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce and the Visitors Bureau to really expand services, especially given the COVID situation for our small businesses, to really augment and have our business resource center be more robust. We're looking at identifying marketing tools that help promote the retention and expansion of businesses that are going through big changes right now, offering online services such as through the Shop Calaveras website, and creating a business subscription box. This was actually a great idea that came from several of the businesses around the county that provide home goods, food supplies such as fresh produce and fruit, herbs and nuts and candies and treats and wine, of course. Then also looking at having a capital of culture where we have a business Rolodex and we can actually work with our individual business communities because each community is very different. So, and providing training specific to those areas. We were doing business walks, but given the current situation with COVID, going door to door to speak with businesses is not advised. We also want to do a entrepreneur academy, and Morgan Gache from our Chamber of Commerce is very experienced in providing this type of training and growth potential for our businesses and working with our sole proprietors and those that are also have employees. Also working with our mother-lode job training and working with our lodging and vacation businesses as tourism brings a lot of dollars to our county. Also, we want to form a partnership with the Calaveras County Public Access Television, and I've had some great conversations with Ed and others regarding utilizing that space in helping businesses market and move forward
training opportunities. Everybody's going online. That is the wave of the future. And unfortunately, a lot of our businesses don't have access to that technology and those resources. And we want to help teach them how to do that. And then also in this grant application, I'm asking to do 2 feasibility studies. One, to identify a public-private partnership where we could look at having a skilled trade school, maybe a hospitality certification program. We do have some great local community colleges, but we don't really have things that are focused towards our trades. And in talking with our workforce development folks and other communities around us, I think this would be a great opportunity. So to identify a location where we could do that. And then the last one, to do another feasibility study to do a public-private partnership for identifying a potential convention center, kind of a Central Sierra technology hub, and looking at doing that so that we could have year-round business diversification opportunities, whether it's, you know, conferencing, whether it's, you know, doing growth opportunities, where it's maybe having a tech hub. So that's kind of, I know it's a lot of stuff, and but I think we have a really good opportunity to get this grant.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Stopper.
Ms. Galino, in the discussion summary, it says the U.S. Economic Development Administration has released a notice of funding opportunity for economic adjustment assistance grant opportunity. The NOFO can provide up to 100% grant match for communities that are severely impacted from the COVID-19 pandemic, meet economic distress criteria, and that have special needs, such as counties who has exhausted taxing and borrowing capacity. However, if the award requires a 20% match, the match obligation can be met with in-kind support. Can you explain what parts require the 20% match?
What parts? It's undetermined at this point until I submit. I'm submitting the grant as 100% grant ask. What'll happen is once it gets reviewed, they will come back. So I'm working with Melinda Madsen at EDA. They will come back with, okay, based on established criteria, we meet when I spoke to Melinda, we meet the criteria for being severely impacted from COVID-19. We have the unemployment rates. We have the loss of revenue to our businesses. We've done several surveys. The Chamber of Commerce primarily has done several surveys on identifying where our funding gaps are, where our service gaps are. So I'd have to wait and see what EDA comes back with if they are going to require a match at all. And if they do, I think it would be fairly, I'm not going to say easy, but it would be not unreasonable for us to identify the grant match, which could be as much as 20%. Through in-kind services of just my administration of the grant and also overseeing the work.
Thank you for that answer. The other thing is your trade education opportunity that you're looking at is, and these other things in number 2 farther down in the discussion and summary. These are great things. I mean, right now we're going through what some would call a black swan event. That, you know, the dynamics, demographics of Calaveras County are changing before our eyes in a very short amount of time in certain areas. There are people satellite working, and to the point where our broadband's being affected very badly in certain areas of the county, along with Wi-Fi. Yeah, all these opportunities, there's going to be potentially a lot more new building of homes coming very soon. So the trade education is definitely something I can support. Thank you.
Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would be a very smart thing for us to actually have a list of all of the grants and funding sources that are coming as a result of COVID-19 and what generally they're going to be used for as part of our CARES Act discussion and our brainstorming coming forward. So because there's going to be layering of some of these things. And we already have something being done. Why do we want to delve into it here? Or maybe we need to add to it. I don't know what that discussion is. So, Kathy, this looks like a good opportunity. Is the chamber, does they have the capacity to help get this done?
They do. I've obviously had lots of conversations with them and with Morgan, and she has Heidi as well, her administrative assistant. And we have great collaboration between our organizations, and as well as, you know, through the Central Sierra Economic Development District support, mother-lode job trainings right there on site at our San Andreas office. So we do have capacity.
The only concern I have would be to be sure that we don't drag them underwater trying to help us with something.
Understood.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Topanelli?
Yeah, hi Kathy, how are you today?
I'm good.
That well, huh?
It's fabulous.
You realize that 20% is $136,000 that you'd have to come up with in kind.
That is correct. I don't anticipate that, but if that be the case, then other things can be looked at for in-kind support, such as space within the chamber building where the CBRC is now, Calaveras Business Resource Center. So upgrading that facility, upgrading the technology, again, rental of that space, use of that space, the costs for operating the space, whether it's power, energy, technology. Again, those are all things that could go towards that $136,000 over the 2-year period, as well as our time.
Okay. I'm not sure you can use all of that depending on what the realms of the grant are. But I just wanted to point that out, that that's quite a sizable amount of money that if it's needed to match, that we'd have to come up with. So,
and again, we could
kind or whatever it is, that leaves about $550,000 left for the actual grant to be used.
That is correct. We can also modify or not accept the grant if we are unable to come up and identify with a match. But at this point, as I said, I'm anticipating a 100% based on our economic situation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
You're welcome.
Kathy, you're going to be getting administrative on this thing, aren't you?
Yes, it's 7.5%.
Okay, and that's good to know that that 7.5 is in there. And also, wouldn't this qualify for 887?
That I'm not certain of.
It's federal. It would probably qualify. So I would like to just check and be sure what kind of number that would be. It would be a delayed payment of about a year, but the point is, if it's in there, at least we know it's in there, what that amount would be.
I will find that out.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Salino, thank you. I was kind of excited. It's the first time I've ever seen a grant similar to this in all my year and a half on the board. So thank you very much for putting this forward. Could I have any public comments on this, please? Seeing no public comment, and bring it back to the board for action. Is there a motion on
Madam
this?
Chair, I'd like to move this item.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Stopper,
And I will second it.
second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you. We will
Thank you.
take up item 26, 27, 28, 29 after lunch, and we will be back at 1:30.
So we'll reconvene at 1:30.
That's Correct.
Thank you.
We are recessing. We are recessing and we'll reconvene.
Hello?
Hello?
Good.
Okay, welcome back. I'd like to move to item 26. Madam Clerk, could you just read that for the record, please?
Sure. Item 26 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution finding that the Valley Springs Town Center Connectivity Plan is exempt from CEQA and adopting said plan.
Okay, Mr. Mauer or Mr. Spear, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Okay, did you want to lead us through this, please? Or anything
All right.
we should know that's not in the staff report?
All right, just a quick overview and introduction to what you're going to be seeing here. The Valley Springs Town Center Connectivity Plan is a planning document for pedestrian, bicycle, and motor vehicle improvements to Valley Springs along States 12 and 26 and throughout the town center, centering on the Valley Springs Elementary School. The creation of this plan was funded through a Caltrans grant to the Calaveras Council of Governments. They selected the firm GHD to prepare the plan in coordination with the county and with Caltrans. Adoption of the plan by the county and by the Calaveras Council of Governments will provide a competitive advantage in future grant applications to fund construction of those improvements and will help prioritize capital improvement projects in the area. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft plan last month and they voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the plan. I'd now like to hand things over to Todd from GHD for his presentation.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, just a quick check. Can everyone see my screen? Scott, can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Okay.
Todd, this is Gary. Everybody can see it. You're good.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present this plan. This is one that has been in development for some time. I think our original 18-month schedule got pushed out a few more months than that, partly due to some of the restrictions and changes in schedule in response to the global COVID pandemic. I want to just thank everybody for their involvement. It's been a pleasure working with the county staff, Caltrans, and Calaveras Council of Governments. This is not our first plan with you all, and it's one that we're very proud of and looking forward to presenting to you for adoption. A quick overview of our scope and focus. The plan was funded by a Caltrans Sustainable Community Planning Grant and focused on, as Scott mentioned, the historic town site area of the plan, essentially the gridded street network of Valley Springs, primarily focused on concerns about circulation in and around the elementary school, the residential streets, access to parks, safety of non-motorized travel, looking at improvements to the business community, particularly right at the corner along the frontage of the state highways, and also including the state routes themselves, 12 and 26, looking at access to jobs for the residents that live and work in the same area, access to services and retail. Our primary goals and objectives were to identify and map safety and circulation issues. Again, primarily starting the nexus of this study was the Valley Springs Elementary School. Our goal was through the plan to expand the low stress bicycle and pedestrian connections. Low stress is a term that describes essentially what types of riders, either bicyclists or pedestrians, what level of what age and ability folks have on and feel comfortable on a particular facility. I can answer any questions about that methodology later as well. Our goal was to proactively address these issues before they get worse, and particularly safety and operational. We want to make sure we have a plan that looks forward rather than being reactive. We want to anticipate future issues and document those. Ultimately, we wanted to develop a prioritized list of capital improvement projects, and we wanted to link those with competitive grant funding opportunities. And that informed how we created the plan as well, and the types of performance metrics that we incorporated. Wanted to make sure that the analysis aligned with grant requirements. The scope is fairly typical of a transportation planning process like this. If you are familiar with other planning processes that we've gone through, they're similar sequence of events. Existing conditions is where we start. That in public engagement is a big part of that, making sure that we have data not only from the records, the actual hard data that we get, but also the community data and the data that maybe only those that live and work in an area have the most experience with. We then developed improvement alternatives and different concepts. Again, going back to the community for more outreach, and then developed our implementation and financial plan. And that's really that prioritization and looking at benefit costs, which is another word of saying return on investment. What are the social benefits of the project against the construction dollars, essentially. And then finally, here we are with the plan, and we are completed and looking for adoption this afternoon. Our community outreach was expansive. We had a stakeholder advisory committee meeting. We did our traditional workshops as well. We did them at the school, right in the community. But we had to go beyond that. As everyone knows, it can be a challenge to public, everyone's busy. So it's hard, it's sometimes a hard sell to get folks out to a community workshop when they're taking it time out of their own day to attend. So we set out to do a couple things. We did a shopper intercept survey in the shopping center to get a sense of what issues people had. If they had time to talk to us, we took down their concerns. We also set up a mobile workshop on Laurel Street, right at the main intersection of town, to catch folks that either worked nearby or as they were passing by. Some people stopped by, saw our signs, and talked to us. Last but not least, we had a back to school night pop-up, which was very successful in that it was able to target and engage probably some of the busiest members of the community and least likely to attend the workshop, and that's the parents of students at Valley Springs Elementary. So we felt very good about that. Some of the things that the plan proposes are sidewalk connections. We're also proposing, one thing we heard loud and clear is not to necessarily look for curb gutter sidewalk everywhere. So we also have shared use paths as a big component of the project. On the busier streets, we have more protected bikeways. And then on the calmer streets, we size the facility appropriate to the context, essentially. So we look at class 2 bike lanes and then buffered bikeways where we have slightly higher traffic. We also propose traffic calming, and I'll get into that when I show some of the concepts in a minute. So some of the things we heard are a preference to maintain the rural character of the town, preference to maintain on-street parking where possible. This was not just for the business community, the shop owners and workers in town, but also in the neighborhoods themselves. Strong support for school area improvements. That was essentially a winner with everyone. Everyone recognizes some of the challenges revolving around the pickup and drop off of students at the school. Strong support for crosswalks, sidewalks, bikeways, mixed support for roundabouts or signals. I think online versus in person, we had some slightly different results. Ultimately, it ended up being pretty mixed. You can see the blue bar and the red bar there. for roundabouts and similarly for traffic signals. Let me keep going. So then our final plan, and we're proud of the outcome here. It really was driven by community input. We pivoted several times during the plan to respond to community feedback we received. We meet the project goals, including the Caltrans grant goals. We satisfy the objectives of the study in a realistic manner. We feel confident that the projects that we recommend can be constructed, and look forward to seeing that occur. We include both short-term and long-term improvements. There are things that we identified as needing to be addressed today or soon, and others that, again, going back to that proactive approach, are things that we think ought to be looked at in additional detail as time goes on. And then improvements that are grant eligible and implementable. So I'm going to go through our areas, and I may go a little bit quicker. And if you have questions for me on any of these, I'd be happy to take them at the end. Area 1 is the area in and around this elementary school, as you can see here. We included some new hardscaping infrastructure around the school. Really what we heard is there is and we saw this with our own 2 eyes as well, is that there is a need to control and provide a direct path of travel for students walking east and west on Sequoia and up and down Pine Street to and from the school. Right now, there's essentially a soft shoulder out there, and students kind of weave between parked cars and cars waiting to either pick up students or drop off students. And we see a strong need to control that environment and make it very clear where the cars are supposed to be, where the pedestrians are supposed to be. We looked at some improved crossings. These are high visibility crossing treatments. These are yellow because they're in a school zone. And then we also looked for some opportunities to introduce some bulb outs. And again, that's really a response to the lack of definition in the edge of travelway at a lot of these intersections. With the soft shoulder, we feel it's important to control those features a little bit more to provide people a much clearer understanding and expectation of where everyone will be, whether that's a motorist or a pedestrian. Here's a rendering of the existing condition and a rendering of the proposed condition. You can see those features that I described earlier. We also added a drop-off and pickup area along the shoulder. We actually, today there's probably about 3 cars widths on the paved surface, but it's really only striped for 2 lanes of travel with essentially a parking lane. So we maintain that ability to have 3 cars wide on this facility with a designated drop-off area hatched out on the right. Area 2 continues essentially further northeast of the school site and through the community neighborhood streets. We kind of landed on a pattern here where the Daphne, Sequoia, and California would primarily be served by shared use paths. So these are essentially asphalt trails that could be used by pedestrians and cyclists, both equally. So that really kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. We find it's a very cost-effective treatment for the area in that it satisfies that full connectivity without requiring curb gutter, sidewalk, and bike lanes on both sides of the street. And we think it's an appropriate solution for the area. I'll get to the Laurel Street improvements in a minute. They're highlighted in another area. And then the other kind of pattern we came up with was if we are going to propose sidewalks, we recommend them along Chestnut, Laurel, and Myrtle Street, where the bikeways and the shared use paths would accommodate bikes more easily. They would we have those paths to travel defined, and then on the other blocks where we don't necessarily need a bikeway, a sidewalk would provide that connectivity that we're looking for. We also provided some opportunities to formalize some of the perpendicular parking. You can see that right here on Chestnut Street. And then we also looked at that on Laurel, which is right here. So on Laurel Street, we wanted to not, we had some improvements originally that would have resulted in a reduction of on-street parking. And those were concepts that we heard relatively loud and clear would not be beneficial to the business community. So we kind of went back to the drawing board there and came up with a diagonal parking arrangement, which it gets very close to the existing parking capacity of the area, but it does it in a more defined manner with opportunities. You'll see the green hatching here for beautification of the area, streetscape, landscaping opportunities, also controlling the radius of the turns entering and exiting the state highways so as to slow traffic entering onto Laurel Street, and overall just provide a more defined right-of-way for all users of the street. Similarly on Cedar, we propose a similar diagonal parking arrangement. We propose some improvements on the state highway as well, and primarily those are focused on providing that connectivity again. So making sure that we have bikeways out there that are properly marked, connecting the sidewalks so that there are fewer gaps in the pedestrian and bicycling network. Here is a rendering of the Laurel Street, what we called kind of the town center improvement. This is what it could look like based on our preliminary concept. Area 4 gets further down Highway 12, and the improvements recommended here are not as extensive as in the town site area, but they consist of, again, providing that set path of travel for pedestrians by closing the sidewalk gaps, providing a sidewalk up to the school area, and helping maintain that bicycle connectivity through the town. Improving the crossings that exist was also something we heard as a community supported feature of the plan. Okay, Area 5 is Highway 12 heading northeast. And at this location, we recommended an improvement to the shopping center entrance. This is a project that I think if Kevin Schroeder here from Caltrans, one of our partners, is on the line, he may be able to speak more to that. But that is a safety concern. There is a crash history there that elicits an improvement in response, and the improvement that is likely to be deployed there is a traffic signal. So that is not only important for the plan itself, as it is one of our goals to improve the safety of the corridor, it also provides a nice controlled crossing opportunity for pedestrians at the highway here. Today, it is quite difficult to get in and out of the shopping center during heavier travel times. So the signal also provides a easier, low stress way to move around for the motorists as well. So we see this as a win-win. We also provided a shared use path to the mobile home park further down the way and a left turn lane into the mobile home park. These are all in response to collision patterns and our needs analysis. And I can get into any questions about that as well. And here's a rendering.
I'm on the line, just to let you know I'm on the line.
Oh, great. Thanks, Kevin. And here's a rendering of what we came up with and what that could look like. These signal mast arms are not quite, those are illustrative. Those are not quite Caltrans standard. It wouldn't look exactly like that, but generally paints the picture of what we anticipate as being possible in this area. Heading down Highway 26, we again extend that that need to provide the bikeways and the sidewalk where it's missing. There is a gap in sidewalk connectivity here between essentially the Hogan Dam intersection and 12 and 26. We want to fill that gap and introduce new sidewalk. We also see a need for a new crossing at Nove Way. This is a long corridor without any connectivity across, and this is an opportune area to look for a controlled intersection crossing. So with that, I think I'll end the presentation, and if any of you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper?
This has been a long time coming. I think Gary Toffanelli started on something with Safeway to schools back in something in the vicinity of 2011. Sherry Roosh and I went to a COG meeting, I believe in August 2017. It was a very short runway for getting the grant for the plan, and they facilitated it very quickly. A lot of these issues are long time away. It's, getting support of the public and the meetings and everything. I just want to thank Supervisor Toffanelli for carrying this through to the point it has been, along with Mills with the COG. It is in District 1, but this affects District 5 and everyone else just as much. And some of these safety issues, as with the Oak Valley Shopping Center or Valley Oak Center, going there's been a lot of crashes. I know you'll speak to the statistics. Just overall, from COG to the supervisors that supported this, to the planning department, and everyone else that's worked on it, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Mills?
Thank you, Chair. What this does is it overcomes basically years of what I consider spot planning, spot zoning, not so much zoning, but planning. And, a particular developer, he's got a piece of it, he does his piece, but then the piece next to it, nothing happens. And that's what's created a lot of the problems down there. Having been through that area a lot, I know that right there by the trailer park, that's huge to be able to get a stoplight in there and get some way of getting people across the street. They're diving across there right now when they get out of the shopping center. But this kind of cleans up the entire community, and I think will help make it a true community for everybody and a safe area to be. So thank you to everybody for the work that you've done to make it happen. And again, I appreciate Supervisor Stopper's point is that it's a short runway, and everybody's managed to pull it off, which is a testament to our political will to make it work. So thank you.
Mr. Toffanelli?
Amber, are you online?
I am here, Supervisor.
Amber, you were huge in this, and this started a while back. It actually has been talked about for many, many years. The congestion at the Valley Springs Elementary School has grown and grown. And actually, what kicked this off was the Vets Hall on Pine Street closed down the parking lot for construction. And it had always been part of an area that people use for dropping kids off at school. And with it being closed very quickly, along with Daphne Street, it created nothing but chaos for people trying to drop their kids off at the elementary school and buses trying to load and unload kids. And the same thing in the afternoon when school let out. It was total chaos. So this started us seeking the grant. We met, a number of us met, including the principal and the duty officer at the school, Amber, myself, Caltrans. We all met and applied for this grant, and Caltrans helped us get it. And that's been in the making for the last, Amber, this has been like 3 years, hasn't it? 2.5, 3 years?
Well, I think as Supervisor Stopper had mentioned, I think we received the grant in 2017. So we started the process about 18 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, about 2.5 years. to get to this point, and I'm really proud of it and proud of the work that COG has done and everybody that's been involved in this. I've kind of stepped back, as you know. I didn't want to, I didn't attend any of the meetings because I didn't want to say I had influence on what they wanted. This was total input from the people in Valley Springs. And it's a very good plan. The only thing I question on it is the crosswalk down at Nove Street. We had talked one time about putting it closer because that you'd have to walk all the way to get down to where any of the businesses are. Dollar General, auto parts store, Senders. You have to walk quite a ways down if you're crossing the other side of the street to get to them. But we had talked one time about putting a crosswalk closer to the bank, which would be almost directly across from those other companies that are there set up. So the Nove way, I just question that being that far down. The plan itself, though, is great. It's very good. I do have a question, though, for Todd, as far as the life of this plan. Obviously, we're not going to be able to be funding to do all of this plan relatively soon. It will probably be working first, which was the priority at the Valley Springs Elementary School. That portion of it will probably separate this out as we go. But what would be the expectancy of the life of this plan as it is now? Would it be good for 10 years, 5 years, 20 years before it becomes old and outdated?
Well, Supervisor, the data, becomes outdated as new data comes in, but the need doesn't go away. And so unless the need is addressed, I would say that the conclusions and findings of the report remain valid. I don't know if that quite answers your question. And in terms of implementation, I would say that, we take it as we can, and prioritizing the school area with local funding, if that is a great plan. That is our priority improvement area as well in the report. So those priorities are aligned. And then, beyond the town center improvements within Caltrans right of way, there are mechanisms and ways to get those funded with state money as well. And so now that we have the plan adopted, that is the first critical step that is needed before those opportunities can really present themselves.
Yeah, well, I think the stoplight on Highway 12 in front of Marvell, I think that's already a done deal with Caltrans. They were out there surveying and have been out there surveying for the last few weeks. So I think that's going to happen. And I believe part of that plan also is the left-hand turn pocket for across the street where those other residents are. I don't want to call them mobile homes, but in that area there. But
if I could just
go ahead,
Supervisor. If I could chime in, this is Kevin Sherwood.
Yeah,
Caltrans. You are correct. At this point, we do assume it's going to be a signal. There's a couple of things we need to check out before we can make a final assumption that it would be a signal at that location with the crossing. And as of right now, our project manager is looking at making that left-hand turn into the mobile home park, as you are describing, with a pathway from the mobile home park to the light. And that is all part of the project as of now.
Yeah.
And just to follow up on your question about how long these plans are good for, Caltrans will look at this plan for as long as possible for our next shop project for overlays. But I would say confidently at least 10 years this plan will look into. After 10 years, we'll probably come back to the board and ask to make sure any changes or anything has moved in the community on the sense of what they want. But I'd say a decade.
Thank you for that. That's what I was looking for, an answer like that. It gives us somewhat of a time frame to get funding together and start doing some of these projects. And I want to address somewhat of what Supervisor Mills has said. Most of the improvements on this is in the Valley Springs Town Center. And that most of all of that was built way back, 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s. So those streets were never set up to the modern standards that we have now. And a lot of people that still live there, again, and I knew through conversation that they don't want sidewalks because it cuts down on their parking. A lot of them park right out there in front of their homes, and they use their driveways for other things. But so that was one of the main concerns when we were doing this, is those people did not want us taking up any of the room where they park. But fortunately enough, a couple of these roads were wide enough to have three wide, which was spoken about. So we'll be able to do some improvements there to improve the bus pickup and drop off, and the parents picking up and dropping off their child. So that is the main force going forward, to find funding to get that part of it done, and then the other ones will move out going beyond that. But 10 years, at least we have a time frame before we have to update this thing and see where we're at on it. So thank you, appreciate it, all the work.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Gary, for bringing this, or for driving this. I think this is really important. It'd be good for Valley Springs, and we all have a small county. We all spend time there. So I'm glad we're doing that. The intersection at 12 and 26, with the improvements that were put in a number of years ago, has been good. It's for cutting down on the backup that happened when the high school was in session. Will this stoplight cause a new backup, or have we just kicked literally the problem up the road a quarter of a mile? I guess Caltrans, it's their road. They would probably be looking at that. Kevin, do you have any thoughts on that?
Kevin, if I could add a couple words before you take it. Yeah, we see the traffic signal as really an opportunity to improve the traffic flow. It would not cause a new backup. One of the issues, the safety concerns that occurs, is the right turn. Let me see if I can pull up a picture to illustrate it. The right turn here coming off 26, the free right onto 12, let me move to another picture, causes folks to weave from one lane to the other lane if they want to go through on Highway 12. And conversely, if you're on Highway 12 and you want to get in the shopping center, you're trying to get into the right turn lane to turn right. The Caltrans design resolves that issue, which will help smooth the traffic flow heading away from the town center. And that would be, in fact, that also allows 2 lanes of queuing traffic from the signal. So none of our traffic counts nor forecasts would anticipate any queuing back to 12 and 26. And we see this improvement as an overall benefit to the town's circulation.
Thank you very much, and thanks Caltrans for partnering on this. Gary, if I understand correctly, the priority is the area around the school first. You and I both had students go through there. We know just how dangerous it is.
Yes.
Excellent. Happy to, hopefully we'll find some money and make that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
I do have, Kev, on all of these improvements where we going to do improvements on existing streets that encroach on the highway. This plan and any other supplemental plans, or even when we get into design for construction, when we get to those areas, this will suffice with Caltrans once we approve this and on their approval for any of those encroachments and widening them or improving them.
Kevin, do you want to take that, or I can speak?
You can take that, and then I'll add to it, Todd.
Yeah, I would say an improvement on the state highway will require further analysis beyond this. Whether that analysis is done at the expense and under the supervision of county, COG, or Caltrans, kind of depends on what project it is and who's driving it. But this would not be, if we were to want to go out and implement a project on the state highway, there would need to be additional detailed engineering studies prepared beyond this.
Okay.
But
trying to get around that. But
to add to that, the best thing about this plan is by the Board of Supervisors adopting it, it is a true document. Amber or the city or anyone, or sorry, the county can come to Caltrans and say, one, we got a grant from Caltrans, paid for by Caltrans, to look at improving our conditions in Valley Springs. You had the traffic engineer, his name is Vu, buy off on it. He's a senior for the group at a conceptual level. So the conversation's a lot easier than coming in with a project we've never seen before. This is a really opening discussion to say, in our plan, we're looking to improve bulb outs at 12 and 26, do some landscaping, do some gateway features, and you have initial buy-in from Caltrans to start that process starting tomorrow if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that answer, because it kind of goes hand in hand with what we want to talk about. Now that we got done with this, the plan, it's easier for us to facilitate other funds coming in for the rest of what we talk about, local dollars, which aren't necessarily always local dollars, but we apply them locally. So, Amber, you have more work cut out for you. Thank you for the work so far.
I remember years ago when we did the 1226 intersection, I voted for a light, and Gary wanted what now exists, and I said, you'll be sorry. I guess I need to eat those words because we're going to move the light further down the road. Yeah, so it's brought back a lot of memories. On the speed limit, will this then impact the speed limit? Will that have to be reviewed? And I'm talking about the section near the Area 5.
So speed limits are an interesting thing. They are driven by in the regulations that dictate how you establish speed limits are based on speed surveys. So you have to go out there and measure how fast folks are driving, and the 85th percentile speed, essentially the speed that the majority of people drive by, that establishes what is a defensible speed limit. So the improvements here themselves do not trigger a speed limit change, but if the construction of the improvement were to change the speed of the motoring public, that could be cause to go out there and do a speed survey and make adjustments. So I don't think it will directly reduce the speed limits out there. However, the traffic signal also does have some traffic calming effect by alerting the oncoming motorists coming into town in particular that they're entering a town, and it kind of increases their awareness of their surroundings. Today, it's if you're coming in from the highway, the transition into the downtown environment is rather abrupt if you're not careful, and this will kind of provide some advance warning of that transition into an urban environment. I wish I could say this means we go out and change the speed limits right away, but unfortunately, it's just not exactly how we're allowed to do that.
Don't worry, she doesn't worry. She doesn't pay attention to the speed limits anyways.
All depends on who's watching. I really like the way you did community outreach and all the different models that you used. That was really impressive, not just having a community meeting, but doing several other options to try and get community input. I thought that was really good for all of us to take into consideration when we try and do community outreach. Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments from the board? I'd like to open this to public comment, please. Hearing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Tuffanelli, did you want to make a motion on this?
Madam Chair, I'd be very happy and proud to make the motion to accept this.
Okay. Is there a second? Not dies for a lack of a second.
No.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Tuffanelli, a second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you and to the Valley Springs community. Okay, I'd like to move to item 27. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you like to read this, please?
Item 27 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing, adopt a negative declaration, and adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of APNs 012, 012, 128, 012, 012, 129, 012, 012, 130, and 012, 012, 131 from rural residential 20-acre to residential agriculture 20-acre for Terrence Strange. Authorize a publication of brief description and map of reclassified property.
Thank you. I'm going to now open the public hearing. Mr. Mauer, Mr. Spear.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. As was previously said, this is the zoning amendment for Terrence Strange. Let me share my screen here for my presentation. All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, this project is located at 2885 and 2883 North Railroad Flat Road in Wilseyville. It is a request to change the zoning of two parcels from RR20, which is rural residential with a minimum of 20 acres for new parcels, to RA20, residential agriculture with a minimum of 20 acres for new parcels. The approximately 40-acre property consists of two legal parcels with 4 APNs. As you can see on this map, the river splits the parcels into separate APNs, even though they are the same parcel. The southeast parcels developed at the owner's permanent residence. The stated reason for requesting a rezone for this parcel is for the possibility of agriculture-based recreational and educational uses. However, no specific development is proposed at this time. The northwest parcel contains a former regulated commercial medical cannabis cultivation site, which was issued a registration under the Calaveras County Urgency Ordinance adopted in 2016. The applicant is requesting the zoning amendment for this parcel in order to reestablish their cannabis cultivation activity under Calaveras County Code Chapter 1795 and plans to use the same footprint for cannabis cultivation as was used under the old program. A commercial cannabis cultivation permit under Chapter 1795 is a ministerial approval process for premises that meet the qualifications. Cannabis cultivation is not permissible in the RR zone, but is allowed in the RA zone. County Code Section 1795-010B expressly allows qualified cannabis cultivation permit applicants to either apply for compatible zoning designations for their parcels, relocate to available parcels with compatible zoning, or transfer their permit or right to apply for their permit to another qualified person or entity with an eligible and compliant site. We'll revisit the possibility of cannabis cultivation later in the presentation. As for the general plan, the parcels are designated as working lands. The general plan describes working lands as lands suitable for agricultural and forestry practices on parcels with a density of 20 to 40 acres in size to reflect existing development patterns and or to recognize their location in or adjacent to existing communities. It includes lands with a combination of residential and home-based businesses. Typical uses include small-scale agriculture, forestry, timber production and harvesting, mineral extraction, small-scale commercial industrial uses, animal husbandry, livestock, orchard, gardens, public or quasi-public uses, and other similar compatible uses. Consistent zones in the working lands designation are TP, GF, AP, A1, RA, and RR. The requested RA zone is consistent with the land use designation. Here is the area general plan map. As you can see, working lands is a common land use designation along with resource management, which allows for more agricultural uses, such zones such as A1 and GF. As stated in the economic development section of the land use element, it is the intent of the general plan to be flexible in nature, to allow market forces, creative ideas, and the desires of business and property owners exercising property rights to contribute to an improved economic climate. General Plan Policy LU 5.2 encourages entrepreneurship and home-based business development compatible with neighborhoods. Goal LU 5 of the General Plan strives to create a strong and diversified economic base through the creation, retention, expansion, and attraction of business, agriculture, and industry. Rezoning to RA, which is a resource zone, gives the ability for the parcels to be more economically viable than they would otherwise be in the RR zone, which provides little economic benefit to the county due to its more limited agricultural uses. Goal LU2 of the general plan is to provide a land use pattern that allows those who own, operate, or manage productive resources in the county to maintain open space, wildlife habitat, agricultural lands, mineral resources, and forests. Utilizing a parcel productively helps maintain the open space, and encouraging larger parcels to have agricultural uses allows more opportunity to use and maintain the land. As stated earlier, the acceptable zones in the working lands land use designation include both RR and RA. A subject property is currently zoned RR. The RR zoning classification is a residential zone intended to provide lands for personal ranches in which residential use is the primary land use, and to permit small-scale farming primarily for personal use and not as the primary use for the property. They are typically smaller in size than other zones found in rural areas of the county. The proposed zone is RA. RA is a resource zone intended to be a district in which an equal emphasis is assigned to residential and agricultural uses, and to provide lands for small-scale and personal-scale farming and ranching, as well as larger residential parcels. Amending the zoning of the subject parcels to RA will not increase the residential density on the parcels, but rather increase the agricultural viability of the land. Generally speaking, the uses allowed in the RA zone that are not allowed in the RR zone are agricultural in nature, either requiring agricultural operations to be on site or directly serving other agricultural operations, which gives the property owner more flexibility to be able to utilize the land in the production and sale of food and fiber. The parcels in the immediate vicinity of the subject property range in size from 4 acres to 300 acres. The parcels to the northwest and south are all zoned RA, and parcels to the east across Railroad Flat Road are zoned RR. Further east, there are a large number of parcels zoned U. The land use throughout the area is mainly larger residential home sites with small-scale farming and ranching activities. There are some large parcels currently owned by and under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Land Management as well. Here is the zoning map of the area with the subject parcels outlined in red. The large green-yellow area is RA, and the large blue area is the U-zoned parcels. The county is currently in the process of reviewing all parcels zoned U in order to rezone them to a classification which is consistent with the 2019 general plan. Based on land use designation and parcel size, the majority of the surrounding U zone parcels will likely be rezoned to a mix of RA and general forest, with some areas of RR and general agriculture. While this countywide zoning map update is still in process and subject to the discretion of both the Planning Commission and the board, it is useful nonetheless to consider the possible future development and use of the area when considering the project. Comments from local property owners were received during the initial routing of the application at the beginning of the year. 2 letters were received, and these letters were provided in the Planning Commission packet. Both comments were in opposition to the zoning amendment, expressing concerns regarding the cannabis cultivation. These landowners, however, did not comment during the CEQA comment period or at the Planning Commission hearing. Speaking of CEQA, pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, county staff has prepared an initial study negative declaration. It was distributed for a 30-day review and comment period from April 29th through May 29th of this year. The department received only standard comments from various government agencies and departments. The ISND prepared and circulated for the project focused on the non-cannabis cultivation related impacts associated with the proposed zoning amendment from the RR zone to the RA zone and found no potentially significant impacts. Staff relied on the program environmental impact report and addendum prepared for Chapter 1795, the regulatory ordinance adopted by the board last year for the proposed future cannabis use on the subject parcel. The program EIR was certified when the county adopted ordinance number 3094 in January 2018, enacting a ban on commercial cannabis cultivation. An addendum to the EIR was prepared for the aforementioned amendment to Chapter 1795 and adopted by the Board of Supervisors on October 22nd, 2019. The EIR and addendum identified and studied the potentially significant impacts of commercial cannabis cultivation countywide. These impacts were either fully mitigated through inclusion of various regulatory requirements in the ordinance or found to be significant and unavoidable. Pursuant to CEQA, the county made findings of overriding consideration when the cannabis ordinance was adopted, finding that 2 impacts would be acceptable in light of the benefits of the project. The potential impacts deemed to be significant and unavoidable were air quality, which was exposure of people to objectionable odors, and transportation and circulation with the long-term increase in traffic. Pursuant to Section 15168 of the CEQA guidelines, the zoning amendment application can rely on the cannabis EIR and addendum because it is considered a later activity. This application is a later activity due to the ordinance both limiting the total number of commercial cannabis cultivation sites within the county without identifying specific locations in which they may occur, and specifically authorizing the potential rezoning of parcels to accommodate the relocation or reactivation of cultivation sites. This zoning amendment is intended to allow the applicant and his premises qualify for a cannabis cultivation permit under Chapter 1795, and all requirements and limitations of that ordinance will apply to the applicant. As such, there are no substantial changes or new information of substantial importance that would require a subsequent EIR. From a countywide perspective, the reactivation of a previously approved cannabis cultivation site, if on a parcel that can accommodate the requirements of Chapter 1795, is generally less impactful to the environment than the creation of a new cannabis cultivation site on a new parcel. The CEQA guidelines suggest that when a site-specific later action is taken that relies on the program EIR, a checklist or similar device should be used to document that the environmental effects are within the scope of the EIR. The site-specific analysis was incorporated into the initial study rather than preparing separate documents. The initial study did analyze the cumulative potential of allowing both cannabis uses and other RA uses. The analysis found that the potential for cannabis cultivation created by the proposed zoning amendment is within the scope of the EIR and the addendum and does not warrant further CEQA review. Any cannabis cultivation that may or may not be permitted on the subject parcels must comply with the requirements of Chapter 1795. The proposed zoning amendment does allow the subject property to meet the minimum zoning qualifications to apply for cannabis cultivation. However, it does not grant approval for that cultivation. Approval of cannabis cultivation is given only upon successfully completing the requirements of Chapter 1795 through a separate application process. This project was heard before the Planning Commission on June 25th of this year. There were no public comments in opposition to the project. The commission ultimately voted to recommend approval of the project on a 3-2 vote. Commissioners Wooster and Ferrarino voted against the project, citing concerns over possible impacts related to cannabis cultivation. In summary, the applicant is requesting to change the zoning of 2 parcels totaling approximately 40 acres from RR20 to RA20. The applicant has requested the zoning amendment to both allow for various agricultural uses and in order to reestablish cannabis cultivation activity under the recently adopted cultivation ordinance. The subject parcel is designated as working lands, which is consistent with the RA zoning classification. And the RA zone is also compatible with the current zoning and land use in the surrounding area. A zoning amendment to allow the applicant the possibility of reactivating the previous commercial cannabis cultivation site is consistent with Chapter 1795. A proposed zoning amendment will result in the applicant being able to apply for a commercial cannabis cultivation permit under Chapter 1795. However, the amendment does not ensure that cultivation will be approved on the subject parcel. The applicant has chosen to try to remain at the current site instead of relocating and establishing a new cultivation site elsewhere. As such, the Planning Department recommends that the board adopt an ordinance to amend the zoning from RR to RA, adopt a CEQA determination, and authorize publication of a summary notice.
Thank you, Mrs. Spear. Do any of the board members have any questions or comments on this item? Mr. Garamendi, it is in your district. Do you have any comments?
I have no questions nor concerns.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills?
Yes, Chair, we received a letter, I received a letter dated July 21st.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah, the question would be, we can't consider that as part of this hearing today because it was received after the, or is this exactly the same letter as part of our agenda pack? I did not look to see if there was any correlation between the two.
There's 2 different letters, including the one that was in with
3.
the Planning Commission one, and then a second drafted letter that was, I think, each personally drafted for each supervisor.
Is this a duplicate of what is in our agenda packet, or is there
One of
some?
them is.
One of them is, the second one is not.
So we have to
There's
discount
3.
this one.
Right, yeah, no, the third one's evidence of something.
I do have a question. Is this section of the McCollum River part of the designated wild and scenic? Who answered that? I did. Yeah, I was just a question that I had. Because 131, parcel 131 is really, really all just on the river, right there.
That's the one where his house is?
No, this is the very bottom southeast parcel. The river splits that 129 and 131. So 130 and 131 are both south of the river, right there. I do have a question about the photograph that we have on packet page 378, and it has to do with the aerial image where I'm seeing a building that's bisected on the boundary line. Is that building part of, or was it a different, is that a different issue there?
The boundary lines depicted on our aerial photos are for general reference only. They are not all that accurate in many parts of the county. So the building in question most likely is not bisected by any property line and is on one property or the other.
So we don't know if that was part of this original permit or not. The CEQA did focus on, I'm talking about the significant things being traffic and odors. There's not going to be any way to mitigate any of that for the neighboring properties?
There are some mitigation measures implemented in the in Chapter 1795 for those, but generally for county-wide, they don't reduce impacts to less than significant. So that's why overriding consideration was adopted.
So even though these property owners, some of them may be closer than 1795 talks about, so therefore they're going to be subject to, it's going to affect their properties in some way.
When a cannabis cultivation site is approved, it has to meet all the requirements of 1795. So if they are, I believe the closest residence not on the subject parcels to the proposed cultivation site is multiple hundreds of feet away from the site. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 feet away to the site. So they definitely do meet those requirements in 1795. Whether or not they will be able to smell anything is another whole nother question. And that's part of the overriding consideration that was involved with the EIR and addendum.
And whether or not, you know, anything that happens on this parcel that's agricultural related will be far enough away as to not affect the neighbors.
Correct. They are required to meet the distance requirements of 1795, and beyond that, whatever effects that they receive is what it is.
That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Stopper. No. Oh. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of questions. I'll start off going back to this aerial image that Supervisor Mills had talked about. I'm looking at this, and I know it's showing, you're saying there's 2 lots here with 4 APNs. And I'm looking at this aerial image, and there's a yellow line that follows the river with APNs on either side of that. So are these 2 lots or are these 4 lots? Because it looks like 4 lots on the aerial image.
Right. There are 2 legal parcels. And because of the river, the tax assessor, for whatever reason, has divided those into separate APNs.
Okay. So I read the staff report, and I trying to visual using this image where you said that their residence is on the southeast lot. Is that 129?
Yes.
Okay, so they're residents on 129. And I don't know the date of this aerial image, but it said that there's no buildings or anything on the other lot. Yet the image that you show, aerial image, does show existing buildings on that lot. And my question is, if that's where the growing was occurring, have they been remediated? Is all of that
the aerial image in question, that was from February of 2017. So the cannabis cultivation activities were still permissible under the ordinance, and that's what you're seeing there. It is my understanding that those buildings are not there anymore, that they've been properly. You can talk to Mr. Strange about that in a minute, but it's my understanding that the site has been cleaned up satisfactorily to the county.
Okay, because that's part of getting a permit. You have to remediate completely back. I just want to make sure if we're going forward here that we've got to that point. The other questions I have is, are either one of these lots part of any subdivision?
The lots, they were subdivided through a parcel map process back in 1979 to create one large lot for both parcels, which was later split into 2 a few years after that. But as far as a proper subdivision is concerned, no.
Okay, all right. date of the aerial was February 2017, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I believe. It might have been 6 months prior to that. I just picked the one that had the clearest view. I can't remember if I picked the August 2016 or February of 2017, but it's one of those two.
Okay, then the one final question that I have, just so I can understand what's going on here. Under the staff report, under discussion summary, it says the approximately 40-acre property consists of 2 legal parcels with 4 APN. So is one lot is not 20 acres?
One lot is just over 20 acres and one lot is just under 20 acres.
So the one lot that's just over 20 acres is the one that he's looking to go back to growing on.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And just a question, maybe Jack or Ben can answer. When we did Ordinance 1795, did we not require that there's a building has to be on the property in order to get a permit? Some type of residence or something?
Not if they were adjacent, because we talked about that.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't misunderstand.
No, the residence thing that had been talked about prior had never made it to what 1795 is developed into today.
Okay.
So that's not a requirement before having a permit.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have right now.
And nothing else from the board?
I apologize, Madam Chair, if I may, for just a moment. I wanted to clarify something. The board was referring to a third letter that was received. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I just wanted to make it clear. I don't have that correspondence in front of me. To the extent it was received before the hearing, it may be considered by the board. It may have been untimely for CEQA public comment purposes, but that doesn't mean that the board necessarily can't consider it today. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Sarah, would we consider it then as part of public comment?
It would be part of the record before the board for this public hearing.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing else, Mr. Mills, I'll open it up to, before I open it to public comment. Mr. Strange, is there anything you wanted to add to this?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable board members. Just a couple of questions or answers to questions that I heard. One is from Supervisor Mills. The South Fork of the McCollum is not part of the Wild and Scenic. That extends only on the North Fork. And so the property, is not part of the Wild and Scenic area, even though I did lobby to try to get it added to that. But the other question too, I believe, are the structures that are on the aerial. Those are hoop houses. Those hoop houses have been removed. We were inspected by the county post ban. We were approved because, again, of the fact that those hoop houses were removed. So none of those structures do exist. If I interpret your questions correctly. Other than that, I don't know if you have any other questions. One thing I definitely learned in this process is that I should have asked neighbors to send in letters of support for this process, but I did not do that. I guess that's being naive. The letters that were in opposition, at least the two I've seen, I've not seen this third one, but a lot of them were pretty much standard form letters. One did refer strictly and only to a burglary that took place that obviously could take place anywhere. But anyway, again, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Oops, thanks, sorry. There's no questions. I want to open it up to public comment.
Madam Chair, I don't see any callers.
Right. No public comments. I want to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any action. If there's any last minute comments on behalf of the board, I'll ask Mr. Garamendi, since it's your district, what it is you, oh, Mr. Tuffanelli.
I'm going to be voting in favor of this because one, I feel that anybody has the right to, as long as it's within the realm of the general plan, which is pointed out that this is, anybody has a right to change the zoning on their property if it fits in. It's legal. That's and you go through the process. As far as what the purpose of the property is, again, if that's something that's legal, that their intent is to do, it may not always be there. It's the intent at this moment, what's going to happen. I can't base my judgment on what the intent is going to be until it gets there, if something comes before us. But certainly anybody has the right to apply for, and if it fits in with what we just adopted in the general plan, again, it was pointed out that it does fit in, and there's a lot of U properties there that are going to be changed as we progress anyway. I can't see any reason to not vote for allowing them to change the zone in their property. So I will be supporting it.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, likewise, the point here is that as we're looking at this, we should not be viewing it from a perspective of what its potential use is, but how the general plan, that's what we're discussing here. We're discussing land use. We're not discussing, had we not known anything about what the person was going to do, I would have preferred that. Ultimately, I would have preferred that. But it shouldn't make any difference. We have to measure it against the general plan, which we have adopted. So that is that's the center point of this discussion, is whether or not a specific landowner, no matter who they are, has the right under the general plan to make the appropriate changes as long as they meet the guidelines that the general plan has put in place. So I cannot see a reason, simply because I object to the odors and the traffic, et cetera, that's a different issue for a different day. And so for that reason, I would be in favor of making this change.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mills and Mr. Toffanelli. I once again commend you guys on looking at the issue that's right in front of us and working to make it better. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Toffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strange. Edwards, is there something you'd like to say before we move on to number 28? Okay.
No.
I'd like to move to item 28. Madam Clerk.
Item 28 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing, approve the second addendum to the Medical Cannabis Cultivation and Commerce Ordinance Environmental Impact Report, adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 17.95 of the Calaveras County Code relating to cannabis cultivation and commerce, and authorize summary publication of the ordinance.
Okay. And Mr. Mauer?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Peter Mauer from the Planning Department. This is an ordinance amendment, as the clerk read, to amend Chapter 1795 based on direction that we received from the board back in March. We had a study session on the implementation of the then recently adopted cannabis ordinance. There were a handful of items that the board directed us to make immediate changes on, and these included the consideration that cannabis is an agricultural product, but that the right to farm provisions and several exemptions under several ordinances still would not apply to cannabis. One of the other major changes is the allowance for a processing type of cultivation license in the industrial zones. The extension of the well testing time period from September only to the months of August, September, and October. And the time frame on which the cannabis background check badges are to be required for cultivation sites. What I'd like to do is share with you the draft ordinance that shows the underline and strikeout from the ordinance that was adopted last October, and just sort of walk through the changes that the Planning Commission has recommended. So I'm going to share my screen here with you. And
Mr. Mauer, you're getting more gray hair.
It's the reflection from the window, right? Okay.
Mr. Mills.
So some of the changes that we made were really sort of cleanup, sort of technical changes that don't really have a substantive change, but I'll just walk through all the changes. You can also follow along in your packet. The first change this is attachment 1. It's on page 517 of the agenda packet, page 9 of the document. I'm going to scroll down to that. So the first edit comes in this is the section that talks about cannabis being an agricultural or not being an agricultural activity. The Planning Commission played with this quite a bit and really wanted to make sure that this doesn't become a loophole that growers could use to avoid some of the requirements that we identified in the ordinance and in the environmental document that protected the environment and neighboring properties. As you're aware, there are a number of exemptions for standard agricultural uses in our codes, from exemptions from grading ordinances and the right to farm provisions that we did not want to have apply to cannabis cultivation. And so we did a review and looked at all of the sections of our code where the word agriculture is used or farming is used, and then I've referenced those sections. So while this was portrayed as being a, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of a symbolic change to the ordinance, we wanted to make sure that it truly was symbolic and did not provide some unthought of exemption later on. So this is the language that the Planning Commission had recommended. The next change is to section 1795-050D1. And this was added because we realized that under the old 1791 provisions, the retailer, we then call it dispensary ordinance, dispensary operator was authorized to cultivate cannabis. And we had at least one dispensary operator that was cultivating under the terms of that ordinance and did receive a state license. So we added this just to make sure that it was clear in our code that this did not, create a conflict for the retailer. Moving down, just some clarification language in the table to ensure that the limitations by permit was for an acre, as well as in the next table down, we added. Oh, come on. We added processor under the types of licenses that are allowed indoor for industrial zones, as well as for the agricultural zones, because that was something that was already allowed. And then we tried to clarify the language in the CP zone for the retailer that, it was clearly tied to the retailer permit. They can only cultivate if they have a retail license. So those were the changes there. The next change was the deletion of the requirement that the CBCB be available, that all the employers or the owners and the employees have the CBCB at the time that they apply. In some cases, it's not possible to have that, and it's really only necessary to have at such time as when they're actually on site. And the employees may not actually, the employers won't know who their employees may be until later on in the season. If there's any questions about any of these issues, feel free to interrupt me as we go through each one. This next provision, adding subsection 16, was to allow for the processing type permit, which was the direction from the board to allow that in the industrial zones. And so that's where that section was added. Sorry, moving a little slowly here, but I keep skipping it otherwise. And then we've added, there's another section there where we've referred to the applicants for a processing permit. Since those can be separate permits, you don't have to have a cultivation, pure cultivation license. This one is specifically where we require an administrative use permit for outdoor cultivation if they don't have to do a water board permit. But we have exempted the indoor applications because that's not something where you would typically have to go through a water board permit process, but the building permit process requires a review for water quality issues. Again, in 1795-070B, we've deleted the requirement that this be issued or be available at the time of issuance. And as you recall, the discussion was that it's when the people are on the site that they have to have it. So regardless, they'll have to have a CBCB if they're on site. But if we don't know who's going to be there when the permit is issued, then it doesn't really make sense to have all the owners and employees at that time. Now, the owners still have to go through a review process at the state level. And as I recall, the board found that that was sufficient to serve our purposes for issuing the permit at this point in time. Subsection G, just so was some language cleanup that the commission felt made it clear. That really didn't change the meaning of that.
Oh, Mr. Mauer, just a moment. Mr. Tuffanelli has a question.
Certainly.
Comment.
Yeah, on this B, could it not be written that a copy of their application for a background clearance badge be provided? If you're saying that they may not be getting it at the time, this time, at least can they show that the intended people to be there? Because somebody's going to be there. Once they get a permit, somebody's going to be there. And they're going to know who it is. If it's the grower, he's going to need, so in order to just striking all of this about not having clearance badges is a little bit, I just don't have a good feeling about it. Can we just, could a copy of their application for cannabis background clearance badge be acceptable here?
I would defer to Greg Wayland if he's available. I don't know if he's on this hearing. At the time when this was discussed back in March, Ethan Turner was the director of the cannabis department. Now we do have the provision. There is a separate provision that says that anyone on site at any time has to have a background clearance badge. So it's not like it's totally going away. There was a concern, as I recall at that time, that the program wasn't completely set up to complete the badge review process. And I don't know where the cannabis department is on that right now. But that's certainly an option to require that the owners at least apply for it. But again, as I recall, and I could be wrong on this, and maybe the rest of the board could refresh my memory, but I thought that the board had decided that the state background check process for owners was sufficient. And because the state doesn't have a background check process for employees, we would continue to do that locally for the employees, and they had to have that before they were on site.
Hi, this is Greg Whalen. If I could interject here, Supervisor Toffanelli, thank you, Mr. Mauer. That's correct what Mr. Mauer has stated to the board. Our Chapter 922, in particular 080, provides for enforcement of the CBCBs on site at commercial cannabis locations. And I believe we had this discussion, if I remember correctly, before the Planning Commission, Peter, that we wanted to view these as separate, having separate subject matters, because 922 can be amended, dialed up, dialed down, though we don't anticipate any changes in any relatively soon date. But that is the chapter that governs the CBCB and background process, and so we wanted to try to keep the two separate and independent. So that will not change. If 1795 governs the permitting process, and this particular section that references 922 is taken out, 922 is going to stand alone and be as enforceable, as stringent in every respect that it is, regardless of whether 1795 is changed. So we thought it was a better approach, and it's the approach that the Division of Cannabis Control recommends, that the two be kept separate, and for the purposes of this amendment in particular.
Well, given that explanation, and it's just referring to at least the application, then we don't need section D here either then.
Well,
strike that out too, because it's separate, and that's you need to do that anyway. So why is it in there? Using the same logic. It's a separate ordinance itself too. Or any other place that you're mentioning anywhere in here, other ordinances that need to be followed before you can get the permit. So I'm not following that logic that you're giving me. Each one of these other ordinances that you're saying, they're separate and stand by themselves too. I'm just saying, at least mention it, that a copy, if you don't have the badge issued to you yet, you get a copy of an application.
Mr. Stopper?
This, you brought, I hear where you're coming from. It does mention 9.22 prior to this. This is strictly for the issuance of the cultivation permit. When you first started speaking towards it, sir, you were referring to that the people would need to be on the land, but they're not doing anything when it comes to building anything or touching any marijuana until they're issued that permit, which at what time there is. So it's a question of the egg and the chicken, So, and that's the way I say it. This is only to the point of the issuance, and then at that point, for anybody to work on the property, which would be the point that they've already been issued the permit, because they cannot work on the property until then they would have to go get their CBCBs. The owner of the property that's putting in for the permit already has to pass a background check with the state.
And I understand everything that you're saying, and my intention was not what you stated. My intention is we've had it in here. We have other areas in here that's mentioning other codes and other ordinances. And the logic they're saying it's standalone. It's different. Well, so are the other ones. Why do we have the other ones in here? I still say that it needs to say a copy. If you don't have a copy of your badge, or you don't have your badge issued, that you at least have showing to us that you've applied for a badge. Because once they're issued this permit, they're issued the permit, they can go work on the land, whether they have a badge or not. It means we're not going to have anybody coming around daily to check badges. So, I think the intent there was to make sure that in this ordinance, they're following what they need to follow, because we can't be out there every day.
Peter or Greg, does it mention 9.22 elsewhere within 1795?
So there's sort of two issues going on here. One is this section was specifically for the owners and whether or not they needed to have their background check badge at the time of issuance. The direction was to remove it. If the majority of the board wants to put it back in, we can certainly do that. We have a number of things that we, as Supervisor Toffelli points out, some of the things in here, they're required anyway, but it's a helpful tool for the applicants to know these are all the things I need to be aware of. The other issue is with the employees, and that's covered under a separate section, which we'll get to in a moment. So, and I don't know what the status is right now of the background clearance badge issuance process is. I assume we have that up and running. And so it's really up to the board whether you want to retain this section, you want to amend it such as Supervisor Toffanelli suggests, or delete it. It can work in any way depending on how you want to do it. As I recall, it was the board's direction that you were comfortable with the state clearance for the owners, and that our background, they would still need to have a badge if they're working on site. The other issue, as I recall now, was that there are, in some cases, owners who are absentee owners. Maybe they own the company, but they'll never be on site. And the purpose of the badge was if you're on site, that you know that you are qualified to be there. If you're an owner, say you live in Delaware, you still have to go through a background check process with the state, but there would be no need to have a badge because they will never be on site. And that was one of the reasons why this was suggested to be removed previously.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and deal with this issue? Mr. Toffanelli would like it to stay in.
I'm sorry, Susan. If we were going to eliminate in both areas, you eliminated it up above, mention to it, and then you want to eliminate it here. Can we just insert a copy of your application for a background clearance badge? I'm trying to get away from eliminating it altogether to where they get their permit and the badge thing, they still go to work whether they have the badge or not, regardless of what 922 says. I got my permit.
I guess I don't,
I'm sorry, but I just feel that it needs to be in there, something mentioning in this about the badges.
for me, it doesn't have to be in there because one, they're not going to get a permit. This says for the owner, the applicant, for the owners, applicant who's an owner and the owners. They can't get a permit without having the state background check. And so I'm not sure what purpose it really serves having it in here. Because they can't operate without that background check. So I support removing it, but Mr. Mills?
Clarity is, are you talking about 090G?
What?
090G, is that where you're at?
070E.
Yeah, and the point is 090G brings the whole thing up again.
070G.
Well, it does, but in a different context.
Yeah, it's a
That
different
and G is a
context,
different context of it,
just
but
did a
it does
quick
bring it up
search.
again, define 922.
I just did a quick search on 922 and it popped up again.
Marita, I understand, but the whole idea of our badges was because of the sheriff's concerned and other departments concerned that when they go out to the site, that they know who is for our use, the county use, who they're dealing with and whether they belong on the site or not. That's the whole idea of it, not the background checks or anything like that has to do with the owner applying for his permit. It was these badges for our guys to go out, and they have to have the badges on so they can identify.
But there's no work on the site until they have their state permit and their county permit.
May I bring up, Mr. Mills did bring up the solution to your thing in 090G. 090 is commercial cannabis cultivation operating restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
This is what your concern is. If you refer to G, which it says in here, all owners and workers, as these terms are defined in chapter 9.22 of the county code, shall have and maintain a current valid cannabis background clearance badge as defined in chapter 9.22 whenever engaging in any commercial cannabis activity on the premises, and shall comply with all provisions of chapter 9.22. So it is addressed elsewhere, Mr. Toffenelli. I understand your concern.
It is, but it's not part of, it's a different context.
Well,
as far as getting your permit, the upper part up here is talking about obtaining your permit. This is after your operations, and going forward, you must have whenever engaging. I'm just saying, I feel that it's relevant that we at least say they've applied for, whether they got it or not, they've applied for a badge in order to get their permit, operating permit.
Supervisor.
Go ahead, Greg.
And my apologies. I just wanted to raise a point here is that the application or actually obtaining a CBCB or a temporary CBCB before their permanents come in is kind of a separate issue from the eligibility criteria to get a permit in the first place. Because if they're going to be on site, based on that subsection G that Supervisor Stopper and Supervisor Mills identified, they're going to have a CBCB. That's never changed. That's the same with or without the other two provisions that are proposed to be taken out. 922 dictates that. And that doesn't change no matter if these other two sections are taken out or not. But the whole premise of the change in 922 was that there are people who are not going to ever be present on the site that may be owners, but they don't need a CBCB because they're never going to be here. So requiring an application to be pending for these people would sort of contradict Chapter 922 and the recent changes to that. That's part of the reason why we recommended and recommend today that these two be kept separate as much as possible, because they really address two different things. One of them is the CBCB, which they will have to have. If they're going to be on site, owner or worker, they have to have that. That doesn't change even with the proposed amendments today. And then this chapter 1795 with its amendments for the permitting process is sort of it's a different basis. They're different considerations, and it's for a different purpose. So we recommend that the two be kept separate and operate independently, because it can invite a situation where you have contradictions where one is changed and the other is not. And as is with the proposed amendments before the board today, this accomplishes the objectives that Supervisor Tofinelli, what you've identified. Those are still accomplished fully if 922 is addressed in 1795 or not. They're going to be accomplished either way, but keeping them separate helps avoid any confusion or unnecessary potential contradictions if one is changed and the other chapter is not. So I think subsection G really identifies and accomplishes what you want, Supervisor Tofinelli.
Well, I don't feel I have 3 votes, so we can move on here. But I'll have to tell you, Greg, with what you're making your statements, you're guaranteeing that an owner that lives in Maryland never going to come to his investment here in Calaveras County. I can't think of any business owner that invests money at some point somewhere down the line isn't going to want to come and see the operation. So I disagree with that part also, although we've already voted on that. I believe that they will come at some point just to see the operation. Whether they're going to come there and work or not is irrelevant. They're an owner and they're showing up. And they may live in Maryland. They may live in Florida. I don't know. But just to make the statement they're never going to show up, I disagree with that.
Well, if she decides to come from Florida or Pennsylvania, then she has to have a badge to be on the property. I thought we discussed that.
Yeah. That's actually happened. We've had applicants travel from out of state to get their CBCB. So I appreciate your point, Supervisor Tofinelli. I hope that I've addressed it adequately for right now. But the way that the chapter 922 and 1795 are structured, it's intended to fully protect and address all those considerations that you raised. I appreciate the point.
All right.
Thank you, Greg.
So,
Thank you.
maybe let's just deal with it now, right now. Item B. Oh, I hate to use this word. Okay, take a poll. Okay, I have one keep in, Mr. Mills, in or out?
I'd like to keep it in.
And Mr. Garamendi, out.
Omit.
Omit, 3-2 to omit number B. Okay,
Right.
Mr. Mauer, could you please continue?
Before you do, Mr. Mauer, can you move down one more to C?
Okay.
That idea of a $5,000 surety bond for the purpose of cleaning up an area is inadequate beyond my wildest dreams. I can pick you a spot there on Rock Creek Road where we're trying to mitigate, and after $8,000, we still got an absolute disaster on our hands. How are we going to ever clean up any site with $5,000?
Well, this was discussed at the prior study session, and the majority of the board decided to keep it at $5,000. I would agree that if there is a large mess, $5,000 probably doesn't cover the whole cost. And that's a decision of the board.
I think the sheriff would probably be a good one to tell us just exactly what it costs to just do the basic remediation on some of these sites, not including trash, debris, and other things that might be going on. So I'm just very concerned that that's not even a good beginning number, especially if there's some environmental damage. It's up to the board to decide. I'm just making a point.
Okay, I've already done my one poll, you guys.
Oh, you just get one for the day?
Okay, Mr. Mauer, could you please continue?
Okay. So the next edit is down in 080A. We've just added the processing is also something that needs to be validated for that kind of permit. We discussed the next section. Oh, went too fast. 090. Okay. I'm sorry. Next one is under the co-location. We just added this to clarify how the measurement for co-located sites are measured, so it's very clear. There's no real change in policy here. It's just a clarification. This was the next section of.
Mr. Mauer, just a moment. Mr.
Yes.
Scott has a comment.
You have co-location setbacks here. So this isn't strictly dealing with processing at all right now. It's including cultivation, correct?
That's correct.
Sometimes we had this discussion in length prior, and the question of what a premises is, and it does include like wells and things that would be within, let's say, the 150 feet, which don't have the impact that the actual canopy has. So I believe that the canopy area should be what is the measuring perimeter of the to the property line for the reasons of the 150 feet.
Well, a well would not necessarily have to be within the premises. The premises is the boundary that's defined under state law, as well as our code that includes the cultivation area, any processing on site, any storage, anything where the cannabis material is either growing or stored or handled. So I think canopy would be too limiting. And if there is need to put a well that's only, 50 feet from the property line, because that's where the well has to be, that's where the water is, that doesn't have to be part of the premises. So my recommendation is we keep it identified as premises and not canopy. But again, that would be a decision of the board.
Mr. Stopper?
Now, I do like the context that you brought it up in. I do get your point, but not everything within a premises has to do with the processing, touching, moving, or actual canopy area of it. And sometimes the premises is much larger than what it is actually facilitating the use. Am I correct?
Well, that would be up to the applicant. If they wanted to identify a larger area than the minimum necessary, I just think that we start getting it starts getting too confusing. If we start using different terminology, we want to be consistent with the state license. So if the state says, here's what we're approving, we can approve the same thing. There's no confusion down the road as to, what's where and who, what they're allowed to do. We want to be consistent with what the state requires. And they use the term premises, and that was the decision on our part to use the same terminology.
Okay, that's understood. I can get back to one of the other issues I have later. I'm fine with that. That's not a hill I'm going to die on right now. Thank you for your explanation, Peter. You've quelled my,
All right.
Okay,
Thanks.
Mr. Mauer, please proceed.
Okay. The next change was, let's see, we added that co-location of processing outside of the industrial zones is prohibited. So we didn't want to see a proliferation of separate processing facilities in the resource zones, in the ag or the RA zones. So just to be clear that if someone wanted to do a separate processing site, elsewhere than where they're cultivating, it needs to be in the industrial zone. It can't be, a proliferation. It's unlikely that would happen anyway, but we just want to make sure that this was clear in the ordinance.
So, Mr.
And then
Mauer,
the next, yeah.
Do you recall back during the time of the urgency ordinance, though, we were running into people who were moving product to other locations for processing and where they couldn't process on site?
Yes, there was quite a bit of that going on. And so the idea with one of the principal changes in this ordinance is to allow that to occur in industrial zones, primarily because the building code requirements and the fire code requirements for processing facilities really necessitates they're an industrial type building. They have to have adequate fire access. They need to have sprinklers. You're going to see those in the industrial zones rather than constructing out on a 40-acre parcel somewhere on a narrow, 2-lane country road. We'd rather see that occur in those industrial areas than out in the countryside. While you can do it there, what we didn't want to see is one parcel suddenly have, multiple processing facilities in the rural areas.
My point is, I got to throw my wife under the bus a little bit here because she's always looking for the devious angle to get around something. And to that extent, how are we going to assure that one person growing doesn't move it to another neighbor's property or their friend's property or whatever? There's no way for you to know once it's there. No way to prove it.
Well, you're absolutely right. And there isn't anything, someone can do processing as a separate business where they process other cannabis, other growers' cannabis. That's not prohibited under either our ordinance or state law. What we didn't want to see is a lot of construction of industrial type buildings in the rural areas. If they're going to do this, it's going to be in the industrial zones, and that's the purpose of this provision.
Well, I would hope that if and when, and it will happen, that the board would consider a way to get that under control, because it's going to happen.
Okay, Mr. Mauer.
The next section is G. We talked about that briefly before, about the workers needing, and anyone on site needing to have the cannabis badge. And this makes it clear that this is whenever anyone's on site, whether it's the owner from Florida or the trimmer that is there temporarily during the harvest season, that whoever's there has to have a badge.
Okay.
Okay, almost done. We just added a processor in the requirements for posting, so that if there's activity going on there, it's properly posted for the sheriff's office. One of the more significant changes is EE. This is 090 EE, and this is the annual groundwater testing. We spent a great deal of time trying to figure out when would be the best time, and working with the well drillers and testing businesses. What was found was that there just aren't enough companies that do testing to be able to test everyone during a 1-month window. I worked with a hydrologist, a geohydrologist, to find out when would be the best time. We all agreed that the month of August through October would provide an adequate window to determine whether or not the use of water is affecting the water supply. And so this is our recommendation, that we change it from September to August through October. And then the last edit is just a clarification of that. Right now, if you're transferring it, you've got a CUP, but we also require an AUP in some cases. So we're just adding AUP to this section to make it clear that this is a requirement. That is the extent of the changes that we are recommending. I know there was some discussion offline earlier about the findings that were included in this ordinance. They are different from the findings that were made in October for the adoption of the ordinance, because this is a separate ordinance, and these findings are for this particular ordinance amendment. The findings that were made for the previous ordinance, still apply to the adoption of the regulatory program. And these findings were intended to address the amendments that we're making here. We didn't show the changes in that because, again, they're not really, they're part of the codified ordinance. They were just the basis for the action that's being taken today. But if we want to get into a discussion of that, I'm prepared to do that.
Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Maurer?
I don't have anything else. I just want to identify that we've prepared a second addendum to the EIR. It's been reviewed internally and with outside counsel, and we feel that it adequately supports the action that's being taken today. We're prepared to recommend approval of this ordinance amendment.
And that's with the changes recommended by the Planning Commission.
Yes, these are the changes recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, are there any comments from the board? Mr. Stopper?
I have one question, and I'm looking for a little clarity. When it comes to processing on M1, M2, M3, are the setbacks the same as indoor growing within those industrial zones?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Other than that, thank you all for the work that you've done on this.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. Mr. Maurer, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I just said you're welcome. He thanked us.
Oh, he did. Okay. Mr. Mills, do you have anything you want?
Well, I'm looking at what's going on now with changing and adding processor onto this. What's next? What additional license types do the board consider in the future? Or is the board at some point going to say we're just going to accept all of it? That's possibly coming down the pipe. There's no statements here on illegal uses or illegal activity, penalties, cost recovery. There's nothing that addresses that. So that's going to continue to be a hit on the general fund. I don't think we've adequately addressed the odors, the noise, the traffic, the safety with this, but I really do not like that $5,000 bond. I think that's just absolutely ridiculous. So I can't support it. I didn't support it in the initial phase, and I will not support it today.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Mr. Garamendi, do you have any comments you want to make?
I want to thank planning staff again and Division of Cannabis Control for delivering on what we asked for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yes, Peter, in your staff report, under financing, you have time is tracked, and that time is charged in part to the cannabis permit fund. The remaining costs were covered by the general fund. Do you have any dollar amounts on the general fund portion of it?
I don't. As you're working on activity, you try your best to track the time, but sometimes you get, sidetracked on something. I'm sure there's probably some time that I worked on this ordinance amendment that I didn't track just because and so that's why I'm saying that we may not have recovered all of our costs, but the bulk of it was charged to the cannabis fund.
And then you brought up an interesting point, because a lot of the industrial zoning in this county is located within District 1, and it's wide ranging. You brought up rural. You're familiar with the Cove property on Paloma Road.
Yes.
That's all 780 acres of industrial. That's out in Agland. So potentially there could be a number of buildings going up there for processing out in rural that you spoke about. The other part of industrial area in my district is basically right smack dab in a retail area on Main Street in Valley Springs. Most of all of that is industrial. And there's a feed store there, there's kids there, there's a dentistry, there's a new Dollar General that went in there, there's Marvell, the bank is there. and yet that's all industrial, and this opens it up to having this in that area. So I, again, because of that and the badge thing, I didn't vote for this last time. I won't support it this time either.
Mr. Stopper, do you have anything? No. The only one that I have a concern with or an issue with are the changes that the Planning Commission made to the Declaration of Agriculture. The board, we kept it fairly simple, and grading wasn't included. And what else wasn't? Oh, and the right to farm. By doing with what the Planning Commission is recommending, it starts getting, to me, convoluted, complex. You have to keep going back and forth. I'd rather keep it simple to the direction that we gave, that grading was off the table and right to farm was off the table for the product. I'd like to go back to that as the recommendation.
So then you're not supporting us. You're not supporting us either, then.
Oh yeah, I am. I'm just trying to negotiate. That was good, Tuffanelli. Mr. Stopper.
You know, I looked at those changes and took a step back, but Peter can correct me if I'm wrong. There's certain parts in the EIR, there's certain parts in the addendum that refer to this directly, which if we change it now, the way proposed, it may tie our hands moving forward with this.
Mr. Mauer, do you?
Or am I wrong?
No, I think that it's, the Planning Commission made a very strong argument that we really needed to be very thorough with this because of a concern that if it's too wide open, that someone will find a way to circumvent the intent of the ordinance. And that's purely not what we want to do. And there's, a number of we dealt with a number of very clever attorneys during the urgency ordinance process and some of the appeal hearings where, a literal reading of a provision in the code could be interpreted in many different ways. And so we really wanted to be clear that, we can call it ag, but all of the provisions of our ordinances that are intended to protect the environment and protect neighboring property owners and protect our road facilities are covered under this ordinance. And so I would strongly recommend that we either we leave the ordinance language as it was adopted in last October and just retain that it's not agricultural for any of these purposes, or we go with the Planning Commission's recommended language.
So that every time there's a change in ag, which doesn't happen very often, then we have to go back and look on, does it apply or not apply to cannabis? And then either it's an ag product or it's not an ag product. We are saying, making the decision that it is an ag product, except when it comes to grading and right to farm. So I don't understand the logic.
Well, there are a lot of other provisions in our code where the terms agricultural, agritourism, or farming are used that we want to make sure that someone doesn't say, well, I'm just farming, so I can do whatever I'm allowed to in the A1 zone because this is farming. I know I'm being a little bit facetious here, but not really. That this provision applies to anything dealing with cannabis. And, the whole Title 1795, if you're growing cannabis, then these apply, and someone's not going to try to wiggle out of the terms of this ordinance by claiming that it's something else than what it is. And so that's why we've used all of these various terms. If we change another ordinance This is general enough so that those changes would still be applicable to this provision.
Got it. Not saying that I agree, but it's already a convoluted, complex, expensive process. And I just felt like we were just going down that same path of making it more complex and convoluted. I guess I should be happy that we're even calling it an ag product. Okay, that's my editorial comment. If there's no, Mr. Garamendi, do you have any comments? I see your light.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not, but since you asked me, the ag product, I mean, you're either, you're never a little bit pregnant. You are or you aren't. And so right now we're saying this is not. And I believe that, staff's probably found some loopholes and we'll tie them up. And in the future, if we want to change that, if it's not working, we could take that on. But for where we are today, I think I'll go with the staff's recommendation.
Is that a motion, Mr. Garamendi?
I think we have a,
oh, that's right.
closing
Thank
area.
you. I forgot. Didn't I ask for what? Okay, I forgot that. Well, once today isn't too bad. I'd like to open this up to any public comment before I close the public hearing. So did you all go get tested to help the county? All right, gentlemen, that's enough. Yo. Mr. Stopper, is there something you wanted to say?
I just want to laugh out loud.
Check on your light. Let the record show Mr. Mills pulled nothing off of consent. You get a star. Okay, thank you. All right, I want to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Ms. Lewis, did you have something you wanted to address? Okay.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
All right, sorry.
Saw your name.
Saw your name. All right, I've closed the public hearing. If there's no comments from the board.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
I'd like to add something. Julie was there for a moment ago, and Supervisor Garamendi thanked planning and the cannabis department for their work, but a tremendous amount of work was put into this by Julie from County Counsel's office. I just want to acknowledge her work as well in this.
I certainly meant no offense to my omission.
Didn't take it that way.
My apologies, and thank you, Julie.
Let the record show that Mr. Garamendi made an apology.
I said I meant no offense.
And he meant no offense. Got it. Let the record.
There was a clear thank you.
There was a clear thank you. Okay.
And let the record show there was probably a cost involved with Ms. Lewis's being involved too.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion on this item, please.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Madam Chair, second.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper, a second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes on a 3-2 vote of the board with Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Tuffanelli in the negative. Thank you. I'd like to move to item 29. Ms. Severud has an item before the board.
I do, thank you. This item is the appointment of applicants, or one applicant, to the Copperopolis Cemetery District to fill a vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/2023. An application was received from Michelle Schumer.
Mr. Mills, do you have anything on this?
I'd certainly like to thank Ms. Schumer. With the loss of the recent members of that district, is very important to keep it going in Copperopolis. So thank you for stepping up, Michelle. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to.
Motion by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
Public comment.
Oh, end of the day. God dang. Are there any public comments on this? I'll have them redo it.
The phone number just went up on IQM too, so we'll need
Okay.
a little bit.
Is there anybody that, no
No,
comment? All right. Mr. Mills, would you like to remake your motion, please?
Yes, I will make a motion for Ms. Schumer on the Copperopolis Cemetery District.
Thank you. Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Are there any board comments that you all like to make?
Are we into supervisor announcements? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay.
Mr. Mills?
I'm ready. There was an opportunity to personally go down to Natural Bridges with Lisa Medina with Environmental Health last Saturday, and I think that when she got a chance to see it firsthand, that kind of is a way to do it. You're not going to really understand it until you've been there personally, and I appreciate her willingness to take the time to go down there and actually see the situation firsthand. We were asking questions of visitors, and it was amazing the number of them were first-time visitors. Never had been here before. So that tells us a lot, that they're in a territory they do not know, and their safety, they're not sure. They just know everybody else is there, so somehow it's okay. The sheriff did go down there himself on Sunday, and we had a conference call with Josh Pack and Bureau of Reclamation, CHP, the sheriff. Everybody was going to be involved, including BOR, yesterday afternoon for an hour and a half. And from that, there were a lot of decisions that were made, but I think we're moving in the right direction. But no, it is not going to be shut down. There's anybody that's discussing that is not the option here. But there will be some options about guided tours and limiting the number of people that are going into the area, and the sheriff is willing to cooperate with BOR to ensure that we minimize. If you see one of our rolling traffic signs, they're going to be placed on Parrots Ferry for the purpose of informing the public that the area may be full or closed or not available to the public, et cetera. And we're working to provide ways to stop parking on the east side of the road so that we can stop the bottleneck that's happening in that area, which should help with having people not cross the road anymore. So there's a combination. The no parking emergency vehicles only signs are going up this week, according to Mr. Pack. We have them. And it's a high level of cooperation that's going on amongst the various agencies to make this a safer place for everybody to experience.
Thank you for your efforts on that too, Mr. Mills.
That's all I have.
Mr. Toffenelli?
We had a discussion earlier, and I'd had a conversation with you during the course of the week, Marita, on, and I wasn't clear where it ended, where we were going to bring it back to the board our next meeting about what we can do with businesses that are just thumbing the county and have that discussion. So I'm interested if the board we can take a poll whether we want to bring that back to us in either our next meeting or the meeting after for a open discussion with the board on some of the things that we can possibly do. I know it's not as big as issue in my district as it is in yours, as you brought up many times here in many meetings, and some of the emails that I saw that were dispersed to us as far as some of the things that are happening up there. So I can understand some of your frustrations. So I'm willing to bring it back and have a discussion with the board of some of the things we can do and have staff do.
Mr. Mills.
The point is that you receive a lot of phone calls, emails, so do I. People don't understand that I have no authority in the City of Angels Camp and that they are autonomous, but we need to also have them to some degree on board and doing what we're doing so that we're all on the same page. I hope that they're willing to do that, but I would certainly agree that we all need to be on the same page throughout the county.
Thank you. I would very much, I know Mr. Alt discussed it, that they've been talking about it at the staff level. I have a real issue in District 3. And I know we don't want to hurt businesses and so forth. I understand that. I have businesses that have been reported innumerable times. I have talked to all the businesses. It's not as if I don't talk to them, make sure they have the regulations or the guidelines. And as Mr. Tuffanelli said, they are saying, county's not going to do anything. County doesn't care. We have one where I have to thank staff. They sent the business a letter saying your permit's not valid because they had an entertainment permit. Well, they didn't care. County's not going to do anything. And I'm not looking at doing it at somebody who forgets or somebody who doesn't know. I'm just saying there comes a point where either we're going to enforce it or we're not. And if we get into the monitoring stages or we still go backwards, I'm not for enforcement. Enforcement, what does that look like? It looks like a fine, you know, and at some point we might have to do that. And that might be the only thing that catches people's attention. I had the ABC call me this past week and tell me that they had gotten calls on a business and that they couldn't help us because there was no liquor license involved, which I thought was nice of the ABC to call. They said, we'd like to help you. But this is a Calaveras problem. And Calaveras, either we're going to do enforcement, and there's all kinds of permutations on how we could do that. You know, we talk to them, we send them a letter. At some point, they cross the line when they thumb themselves at the issue. And I would very much like to bring it back and have a board discussion on this. Thank you, Mr. Tuffanelli. Mr. Garamendi.
I want to agree with, as a part of this poll, that we should bring it back. I really, really want people to do the right thing on their own and us not have to be a heavy hammer. But it's also a question of equity for some of our businesses. When my businesses can't have music and other businesses, because they want to play by the rules, and other businesses don't play by the rules, it changes the whole situation and dynamic. When we're not allowed to have a 4th of July parade, and then I learned that someone's planning to have a concert, well, that's not good. That's people thumbing their nose. And it makes me sad that our citizens won't play by the rules. I don't want to do this, but I think it's an appropriate conversation to have where we decide what we want to do.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper?
It should very well be a public meeting. We can go from there.
Okay,
I understand the diversity and the issues across the county, you know, and we'll work on it from there.
Okay, Mr. Mills, did you have any comments on this? Besides that the City of Angels isn't under your purview?
I don't want to go into a lot of discussion here without the public being involved. So I would agree, let's have the conversation. But I also do believe that the city has to also be a willing participant in this if we're going to be successful.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Alt.
In response to Supervisor Mills's concern, I want to assure our board and the city council that Melissa Eads sits in our regular COVID meeting. The city is on board. Their staff is very, very, very tightly in sync with what we're looking to do. And they've made the commitment to have enforcement protocols as we deem necessary. So the city is very much woven into our decision making, and we appreciate that Melissa's been available to us and committed that. So we'll continue that work together, and she'll be integral to what we bring forward to the board as a recommendation.
Okay, and that will be on the next meeting, Mr. Alt.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, Ms. Heveru, do you have anything? Oh, sorry, Mr. Stopper, I didn't see you.
Supervisor, oh yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
With that said, I went on a tour with the recreation officer for the Calaveras Ranger District for the Stanislaus National Forest. It was, I went through part of your district, Madam Chair.
I didn't know that. How did that happen?
I didn't stop in Murphy's, but I drove through because, I drove through. I didn't stop and spend any money this time. But, much of the issues that are happening within natural bridges are happening within the whole Highway 4 corridor. And it's not only just Calaveras County, it has to deal with Alpine, it has to deal with Amador County, it has to deal with Tuolumne County. And as Mr. Mills brought up, it's going to take a collaboration of multiple districts, counties, and so on to be able to mediate these issues as we move forward. And I think this is a discussion that also needs to be had, because there's certain barriers and certain laws that prevent us with doing certain things. And it's not so much that we don't want people visiting our mountains. We need to keep it at in a healthy way on how many people are able to visit our mountains, because the infrastructure that's there. The only picture I will paint with it is there's only so many facilities there, and the amount of toilet paper in our forest right now is scary. So it's definitely a conversation we should have. And I had some conversations about possible opportunities and some things that just won't work. So I'll bring those up at a later time if everyone would be so willing to have that conversation.
Okay. Mr. Alt, did you have anything?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you, though.
Ms. Edwards?
No, thank you.
Okay. Susan? All right. This meeting is adjourned.
So would you like me to
Have to put it in big letters on my to-do list. I know.
I do.
Please, thank you.
Okay, so item 30 on the closed session agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, consider the disability retirement of a safety employee. Item 31, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, county designated labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organizations, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit and Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Okay, thank you. And don't we need to report out the ones from last time? We did. Oh, that's right, we did. Okay, is there anything I've forgotten? Oh, really? Is there any public comment on the two closed sessions the board will be going into? Who will our host be?
Madam Chair, I have the honor.
That's good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, will the board be taking a break prior?
Yes.
Or will, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, and so, okay, seeing no public comment, we will adjourn into closed session. Thank you, and we will take a 10-minute recess.